आपको साथ ही बैठता हूँ तो पढ़ने लिखने लग गया सर क्या
Okay, okay. The Regional University in Raipur, Chhattisgarh provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. That resonates in growth and progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver for this growing story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, GSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. GSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Prakash Jindal, who showed what small India can dream and accomplish. GSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India from a single unit in Hisar in 1952. GSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by GSPL. And its head-on rail manufacturing facility at Raipur, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meters, which can be further extended up to 484 meters. The Raipur steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Amul Steel Plant in Odisha is India's most modern center that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The plant in China manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TFT rebars, equipped with sound, shock loading, and cyclic loading, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barwell and Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months.
Where you are from?
In a journey of setting new
Wow.
benchmarks.
Great. I started my career from there as a management trainee long back. It was a joint venture of Shell.
Has been a pioneer.
It was a joint venture of Shell. Huh?
Located at Tamnar, Chhattisgarh.
So it was long back. And I was actually moving into different skill back. Then I moved career from there to totally different areas. And now I am part of a startup.
On backward integration.
We are working on a couple of things. That includes the core domain is the communication of
Spreading
Indian energy. In this
GSPL
portfolio, one of the
across the world. Momentous journey. So far, it has invested $12 billion across the globe. Done economic activities worth $53 billion and paid $5.3 billion in taxes. Providing employment.
So that was there at that time also.
Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jindal, JSPL saw unparalleled growth and
How
expansion.
long you are there in sales?
Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment.
Much
JSPL has been to put people first and create its employment
How's the retailing
and
98,
investment.
21, 2001 kind of that?
Amongst its various activities, JSPL Foundation also runs a unique
So that is
initiative
the
called
director, some of the directors of
to
sales.
promote,
We were looking
preserve,
at
and propagate
yeah,
tribal arts
yes,
and crafts
village
of
market.
India through its key initiatives like Kishori Express, Basel Project, Arta the Home. The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities
Give us some more
around
related to
its
the
borders.
skill thing.
In its endeavor
Give us some more. We are related. We are driving here at RSP, but it's the process and they don't have the money.
GSPL set up multi-specialty voters and research center
They don't have the
in
money.
Prague and Patna. In the education center.
Even they very long takes, but still, suppose even if you go for something better, if it costs less, then also they are not going to pay for that.
University in Prague, Chhattisgarh.
At the same time, they have the levels,
Academic programs.
guest house, so many things.
Manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets.
So throughout
As a building
your
block,
career, you have
self-reliant
a backward
India
of
system. JSPL succeeds where
reputation market. अच्छा, which all client? अच्छा, only होता है. In marketing only.
Where I PTA.
सिराज तो बहुत क्वेश्चंस करके लगता है.
India, a name that resonates with growth and progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel and its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interest in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder. What's going on? Yeah, get treated the same. James Fields, you are to be bronze traveling to that of India from single unit in Hisar in 1952. J.S. Fields has grown to be a leading Indian company. India's crude engine runs on the rails made by J.S. Fields. And its head on rail manufacturing facility at Ryan, a testimony to the making of the Indian. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The River Steel Plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Yeah. Yes, spread over 3,500 acres, the Amul Steel Plant in Odisha is India's most powerful facility that houses India's first and only coal gasification.
इसको बंद करवा दीजिए।
The last plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite jindal.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PHDCCI Industry 4.0 Summit. Thank you very much for coming here on a busy Wednesday morning, and I know there's been a lot of traffic because of G20, so I really appreciate you taking the time to be here. The Secretary, Ministry of Steel, and the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, are already here. So we'll just start in another 5 minutes. So I request everyone to settle down. Also request if the people outside can hear me to come and settle down inside, please. We're just starting. Good morning. We're just starting in 2 minutes, please.
I just sent the message, will send it.
India, a name that resonates with growth, progress. And infrastructure will always be a key driver of its growth story, with steel at its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel, power, and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Sri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigad, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigad steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul steel plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So Secretary Steel he has come in our office. He'll be there in a minute's time, and as soon as he comes, we'll immediately start the session. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Before officially starting the event, may I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very important day for PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and all the delegates present here. We have the opportunity, we have the honor to have the Secretary Steel, Shri Nagendranath Sinha ji from Ministry of Steel, Government of India. We have Mr. Vijay Mittal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. And as the topic is on Industry 4.0, and needless to say, everyone here, all present in the hall everybody is aware like what Industry 4.0 is all about. It's all about cyber physical production process. It's all about automation. It's all about smart manufacturing. It's all about the 8 pillars of different Industry 4.0 like blockchain, cybersecurity, you name anything like AR, VR, MR, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, it entails everything. So the crux of this summit is basically to understand the nuances that the MSMEs in India, how they can catapult in the new era using digital transformation technologies so that they become Industry 4.0 compliant with their OEMs. As we know that all big OEMs, they are Industry 4.0 compliant, and gradually all the vendors in the supply chain, they have to be Industry 4.0 compliant, otherwise they'll be out of the value chain. So in order to understand what are the cost effective, what are the reliable technologies, what are the operational efficient technologies that can aid in a much, much better way so that our MSMEs also become Industry 4.0 compliant. PhD Chamber has curated this program. And without any further ado, since we are around 10 minutes late, I'll request, first of all, Shri Nitin Jain, our co-chair for New Age Business Committee, PHDCCI, to kindly give industry perspective on this subject. Over to you, sir.
So we are very, very glad to have Mr. Ravi Gupta, who's a veteran in the steel industry, and he's the chair of the minerals.
He's the chair of the Metals and the Minerals Committee at PHD Chambers. We are very glad to have Shri Vijay Mittal ji, who is the Joint Secretary, Heavy Industries in the Ministry. We are very, very happy to have Shri Nagendranath Sinha ji, who is the Secretary, Ministry of Steel. He's done some great work in the rural development of India, and now he's doing some excellent work in the steel industry as a whole. And looking to make India self-reliant and not being dependent on any external factors. So that's a huge, huge step forward. That's a vision of Sir here. We've got Dr. Jatinder Singh, needs no introduction. He's the Additional Secretary General of PHDCCI. We've got Ms. Swati Kumar as well, who's the Senior Secretary at the New Age Business Committee that we have. So I'm very, very glad to see a great mixture of youth and experience in this particular hall, and this hall is chock-a-block full. So thank you so much all for joining us. I'm very glad to have our sponsors, JSPL. Thank you. JSPL and the academic partners for sponsoring this particular event. So thank you so much for having us. To give an industry perspective, right? So India as a nation is producing close to about 120 to 130 million tons of steel every particular year. And this production has been increasingly growing every year, and the kind of demand that we've seen following 2014-15 is extraordinary, especially in the infrastructure segment, right? So India is currently the second largest exporter, the 12th largest exporter of steel in the world, with India exporting around 8 to 10 million metric tons. We are trying to take this up to 25 million metric tons with the government really pushing for the exports of steel. The slowdown in the Chinese economy has really given India that propelling, the foundation so that we can really propel ourselves as the major exporter of steel and dominate the export market, as we've been dominating quite heavily. We have been self-reliant on the for the domestic consumption. We've been heavily self-reliant on our industries. Now we need to make the global world aware that yes, we are there to support their steel needs. So India is targeting very soon 25 million tons of exports. That Sir will talk about a lot more. There's a huge government investment in infrastructure in general, and a huge push towards manufacturing. And there's a strong domestic demand. As I said, infrastructure, construction, manufacturing, all three have seen a surge in demand. I basically run a startup where we supply to the infrastructure industry in India. We supply steel, aluminum, bitumen, etc., etc. And we've seen such a growth in demand from 2015. It's staggering to see that kind of investment from the government. So India is still facing a lot of challenges. So the challenges that India is facing is the rising cost of raw materials, because still a lot of our raw materials is imported into India. So we are trying to see how we can become self-reliant. Plus, the cost of those raw materials is fairly on the higher side, because we are dependent on certain external factors to price those raw materials. So that is one. The second thing that is a huge challenge for us is that our industries, all said and done, are lagging behind, the industrial progress or the Industry 4.0 adoption compared to that of China. And I think, given these two factors, and if we're able to solve these two factors, we'll be far, far ahead of our competitors and far ahead of any other steel producing nation, right? So we need to deploy and employ, with the generative AI coming into picture, with AI and IoT coming into picture. If we start deploying these technologies in the Indian ecosystem, and if the industry start realizing the potential and investing in them right now, these will yield results in the coming years. And I am so happy to have everyone here. And I would like to pass over the next session to, I think, Shri Vijay Mittal and Dr. Jitendra ji.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nitin, for giving a very, very important perspective and laying the foundation of the summit. We have with us Shri Vijay Mittal, Joint Secretary, Minister of Heavy Industries. I'll just read his brief profile for a while. Shri Vijay Mittal was inducted as the part-time official director on the board of BHEL with effect from 25th March 2022. He is presently posted as the Joint Secretary and Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. He has done BTech in Electrical Engineering from College of Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand, and has postgraduate diploma in Energy and Sustainable Development. He also holds Master Diploma in Public Administration from IIPA, New Delhi, and he belongs to the Indian Ordnance Factory Services. And prior to joining Ministry of Heavy Industries, he was posted as the Deputy Director General in the Directorate of Ordnance, Department of Defence Production, Ministry of Defence, New Delhi. So I'll request Shri Vijay Mittal to kindly share his perspective. And since Industry 4.0 per se comes under the domain of Ministry of Heavy Industries, so who else than Mr. Mittal can actually shed light on this very, very pertinent subject? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra. Respected Anand Sinha sir, Secretary Steel, my friends on the dais, and my other friends present in this Industry 4.0 summit. Very good morning to all of you. I actually, Dr. Jitendra has perhaps exaggerated about my credentials. I feel really honored to be present for this conference as a representative of Ministry of Heavy Industry on a very aptful subject on tech crafting the future, redefining manufacturing and new age solutions. So in the Ministry of Heavy Industry, as the nodal ministry for Industry 4.0, started thinking about this Industry 4.0 business when this concept started floating around the complete world, and then why should we be lagging behind? So Ministry of Heavy Industries came out with a scheme at that time, Government of India scheme of enhancing the competitiveness in capital goods sector. And while we came out with that scheme, we thought Industry 4.0 should be a big component of that. And as a first step towards advocating the Industry 4.0 in the country, when perhaps we were quite lagging behind on the subject, we developed, we gave funds of roughly 85 crore rupees to set 4 Samarth Center, as we call them, that is called the Smart and Advanced Manufacturing and the Rapid Prototyping Hubs. So these centers had come up in IIT Delhi, in C4I4 Pune with Kirloskar, and then in IISc Bangalore, and then AMTDC in IIT Chennai. So these summer centers started working towards these advocacies, and we understand today more than 70,000 MSMEs and industries have visited those 4 summer centers as Nitin brought out very, very aptly and nicely about the components of Industry 4.0 and how those advocacy and use cases can be done with a little modification of the systems. I think there is no second doubt in the mind of anyone sitting here that from migrating to from a conventional industry to industry 4.0 based systems is the need of the hour if we want to actually survive with the changing times, because it will give us an obvious advantage of higher productivity, lower cost of production, better quality, all the essential parameters which are essential for any industry to survive, and particularly MSME, because he also brought out very nicely that the biggies will take care of their requirement in terms of capex, but what we need what is the need of the hour is to find out economic solutions to convert a conventional manufacturing systems into advanced manufacturing systems, which can keep you updated about the process, which can keep you updated about the quality of the product online, which can keep you updated on all the factors which you need to monitor in an online industry. So that's how MSME need it most for the purpose. And as a second thought to this, what we have done is our IISc Bangalore, who is obviously the best, one of the best known academic institute in the country, there is no second opinion to that, has come out with a proposal of converting at least 300 machines, conventional machines in all over the country, which will be converted from a conventional machine to a smart machine with an investment of, say, minimum investment of 1 lakh or a 1.5 lakh, 1.2 lakh kind of a figure. So what they are trying to say, the advocacy which we have been doing over the 4 years now will get converted into use cases, and the advantages would be there as an evidence in front of everyone to see how a conventional lathe, and such machines are available in IIT Delhi. One of the IIT Delhi professor has also done that. So that is how, with minimum of the investment, because when we go for a high-end machines as a capex, then those capex are not really means a cup of the tea of MSMEs, because they involve a lot of especially if they are imported ones, then you really do not know what is the cost being charged by the OEMs from you. So as a second step to this, we have come up with a concept of converting some of the standard machines into smart machines, who can give you an online through sensors view of what is the, like, for example, what is the tool wear. A tool is designed for, say, 1,000 operations, and after 800 operations or after 1,000 operations, you find that the tolerance limits are very well maintained. It can go up to 1,200 easily. Then you can easily improve your cost of production by reducing cost of production to a level wherein you will become competitive. Or if you are finding that the tool is wearing out actually on 800 because of change of make, because of change of material, or whatsoever reasons, then also it gives you an upper edge to identify that yes, the tool needs to be changed at 800 itself, so that you can save rest of the 200 jobs which have been done, numbers of operations have been done on that, from getting rejected after the final operations. So this concept has been raised by IISc. On the other hand, what we have done is that the 4 summer centers which had come, we have now, in hub and spoke model, we have sanctioned 10 more for them, and they are under the process of getting sanctioned in different parts of the country now through C4I4 Pune, which is a project of Rahul Kirloskar. So that's what I am trying to bring out. There is a need, there is a dire need for spreading this advocacy further, and I am very happy that today PHDCCI is there, and MHI and PHDCCI are sitting on a common platform. We need to actually evolve further our way forward in taking this only from advocacy to use cases to cases of masses, wherein perhaps as our dream, every industry 2 years, 3 years down the line will be aware of such subject and would be utilizing, if not all the 8 or 9 components of industry 4.0, but at least make a good beginning. And there are some of the positive or silver linings already on the horizon, because why I say so is that there's World Economic Forum. I do not know how many of us are aware of this. There's a World Economic Forum who says that which industry is the lighthouse of industry 4.0. And we did a national conference in Kevadia last year. We found out that in the country only 4 are there. Schneider and Tatas were part of that at the time for their Jamshedpur plant, and Schneider for their Hyderabad plant. But then within another 8-10 months, we have found now that World Economic Forum has certified now 13, I suppose, out of total 100 plus in the complete world. So we are having a presence there as well. If we talk of network readiness index, which is one of the again measurement of how are we moving in industry 4.0, we were at 91st first rank 4 years earlier. The 2023 figures says that we have come down to 61. And I suppose brilliant guys like Nitin and the advocacy Dr. Jitendra Saab is doing, days should not be far that we should be placing ourselves in the first 50 countries in the world in terms of network readiness index. So I am at the end, I am very thankful for the PHDCCI here for inviting me to this conference and giving us an opportunity to share with you what MHI is doing in this field and how can we go forward so that the mission which PHDCCI has taken is converted into a mass mission. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mittal, for sharing your perspective. And as you rightly said, that since Minister of Heavy Industries is the nodal ministry for anything Industry 4.0 in our country, so is the right man, or you can say the go-after man, to catch him for any such need. And smart centers are definitely the state-of-art centers, and I'm sure that we need to have more smart centers, sir, in different industry clusters also, so that the MSMEs can actually gain the competitive advantage. As rightly said by you, the big OEMs, they have the capex, they have the wherewithal to go for digital transformation, maybe in a span of 6 months or a year. But it is the MSMEs who actually need hand-holding. They need some sort of cost-effective and some operational, excellent solutions, industry solutions, which can actually, give them that insight wherein they can compete with the big OEMs in terms of becoming a very, very, very valuable partner in their value chains. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your perspective. Thank you, sir. And now we have our chief guest address. We are in fact very, very glad to have Shri Nagendranath Sinha ji. I'll just state his brief profile. Shri Sinha ji is the IAS officer from Jharkhand cadre 1987. He is the senior Indian administrative officer of Government of India. He has taken over as the Secretary, Ministry of Steel from January 2023. Prior to this, Mr. Sinha was holding the charge of Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, New Delhi, wherein he has done landmark work and everybody is privy to his works. His previous assignments include Secretary, Border Management in Ministry of Home Affairs, Chairman, NHAI, Managing Director, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, New Delhi, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development, Government of Jharkhand. He has to his credit several landmark projects in Government of India, some of them like Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Zojila Tunnel, Dhubri Pulbari Bridge, Universal Electronic Tolling, and many, many more. Shri Sinha holds bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur, 1985 batch, and master's in health sciences from Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, USA in 2004. So, sir, with such a rich profile and sitting with us and sharing insights, what more honor we all can have. Let's actually, cheer him for his presence in this PhD chamber and invite him, sir, for your chief guest address. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to people, colleagues on the dais, Nitin, Vijay, Jatinder ji, and everyone, every esteemed speaker on the dais and in the house. I'm extremely glad that you invited me to represent the steel industry per se. This industry 4.0 discussion on the various aspects, and the previous speakers have spoken in detail what their perspectives are and what the nodal Ministry of Heavy Industry is doing about it. So let me first speak something about the steel industry, and I'm aware that Nitin spoke in some detail about that. But let me add to what he said. Indian steel industry is a diverse industry and it contributes over 2% to the GDP. And if you take manufacturing GDP is at about 16%, so 1/8 of the manufacturing GDP is being contributed by the steel industry. Some of our firms are among the largest. Tata Steel figured at serial 10 in the World Steel Association ranking of the largest steel producers. And there are many which are on the verge of joining them. But it is not that the steel industry consists entirely of the large firms. There are large number of firms also. So if we count them, there are about 2,000 steel firms. We have about 60 blast furnaces, about 50 electric arc furnace units, about 1,000 electric induction furnace unit, about 1,200 rolling mills, and about 300 direct reduced iron units, which make what we call sponge iron or DRI. So a very great diversity of steel producers, and if Industry 4.0 has to make an impact in the steel sector, then it needs to engage with all of them rather than few of them, as Vijay noted and Jatinder ji also noted. Biggies may largely take care of them. We have to also understand the kind of environment that we have. The Indian steel firms do not have great freedom in pricing. The raw materials is largely sourced from abroad, particularly the metallurgical coke used by the blast furnaces. The steel prices are determined by what the international trends are, and they are in fact greatly contingent on the international prices, because the trade is open, and therefore there can't be much of arbitrage between the Indian prices and the prices abroad. Obviously, the value addition, efficiency, etc., matter a lot. Indian customers have also become very demanding, and because the industry is diversifying, therefore a large variety of products are needed, and the industry wants them. And if you really want to be participating in China plus one strategy, then you need to have access to those kind of raw materials. So therefore, a great deal of customization is certainly needed. Sustainability is another issue which the Indian steel industry has to face, and I guess every industry has to face. And as you might be aware that for every ton of crude steel produced, the Indian steel industry emits about 2.5 to 2.6 ton of carbon. But as we intend to meet the target that the Honorable Prime Minister has set for the country, and which is good for the environment as well, we need to make major changes to way we produce, and that would require a drastic and change in the way we conduct our manufacturing. Obviously, quality is certainly needed. Now, it's not only costs that you would be competing in, but you would also need to compete on the quality. You need to make yourself the manufacturer that the customers, not only in India, but also the world over, want. How does Industry 4.0 fit in this? In 2020, McKinsey did a study of the sectors that could potentially contribute to the gross value added in the economy, and they identified that 320 billion to the gross value added in the Indian economy with proper reforms could benefit by Industry 4.0 initiatives. They also noted that the Indian companies may enhance their operating profit by 40% and reduce their planned capital expenditure by 10% by adopting Industry 4.0. As Kalinganagar experience of Tata Steel highlighted, you can cut down on the time to market by about 50% if you adopt Industry 4.0 initiatives. So there are large gains that are to be made by adopting Industry 4.0 initiatives. To give you one example, there is a firm called Piramal Glass, and when it had to set up a new 145-ton per day glass furnace, instead of asking their European suppliers to come to the site, they adopted AR techniques to get the installation completed. They also use IoT for changing to remote operation of the processes and use data analytics for improving their processes and profitability. As a result, in 2020, Blackstone took about 20% or maybe controlling stake in them. I'm not advocating for stake takeover by the foreign investors, but the point is that the value of the enterprise goes up if you adopt Industry 4.0 initiative. NASSCOM did a study in 2022, and they said that Industry 4.0 contributes about 20% of the investments by 2022, and they say that the investments could go up in the manufacturing sector to about 40%, which would be tech spends, so to say. So Industry 4.0, what they mean has already been spoken, so I won't detail, but it changes the way companies manufacture, they source their raw material, they ensure quality, they distribute how they distribute their products. We could optimize the production process, we could improve quality. I'm told that when POSCO utilized the Industry 4.0 techniques on their galvanization line, their products acceptance improved from 84% to 99%. So the rejects, etc., come down very significantly, or yield goes up. Similarly, with the predictive and preventive maintenance being identified easily by using Industry 4.0 techniques and technologies, the downtime of the machines comes down. You are able to schedule them at time when there is not much of demand. So basically, you can take more output from the existing machines than earlier. Many of our existing steel mills operating in India are of conventional design and have not been modernized in a couple of decades. Traditional practices, philosophy of operation and maintenance are still being followed. The people who operate those machines are very skilled ones, and we should not discount their capability. But however, there is only so much that can be done by people, even with the best of knowledge, because the process parameters are so many, and if you don't attend to many of those process parameters, the optimum efficiency of production cannot be achieved. And I'm very happy to note that the Ministry of Heavy Industry is taking this initiative with IISC for making the conventional machines smart and being able to utilize the best possible result that could be got by marriage of the conventional machines with the Industry 4.0 technologies. From the steel industry perspective, Industry 4.0 means almost autonomous steel works. People's products and production facilities are fully connected through Internet of Things. Sensors collect vast amount of data, and that information is then interpreted by dashboards and smart analytics. Artificial intelligence provide empirical models and enable predictions that optimizes the production line and create synergies across the facilities. A variety of electronic measurement and monitoring systems automatically record and share data. That data is used along with numerous machine and product parameters to control the machine and ensure quality. This makes it easier to plan downtimes, increase productivity, and ensure top quality. One area where the industry 4.0 technologies can improve a lot is the is the facility that one gets in the faster product development. I had been to uh, Tata Steel and was seeing the way they execute their projects, and industry 4.0 practices in the project executions. Using that, they were able to plan everything to the last possible detail. When will X crane come up? What is the swing of their arm? How much ramp? What is the length of the ramp and the inclination of the ramp that they need to make? So with so much detailing, the cost comes down, and your time to execution of project comes down, and that way you are able to save a great deal of money and able to operationalize your facilities in time. I also feel that with these technologies and integration to the your suppliers, you can also bring down the cost of the inward logistics, and also ensure that you have just-in-time inventory. And also going forward in the downstream, when you are connecting to your customers, you can not only track, but also with the smart logistics, you can reduce the amount of inventory that you need to have in order to fulfill the needs of the customer, apart from the fact that you can customize them. I have already mentioned about some of the digitalization initiatives by the Indian steel plants. One area which has picked up very in almost all these steel plants, major steel plants, which we call integrated steel producer or ISPs, is the optimization of the coal blend, because the coal is metallurgical coke with low ash is not available within the country, and it's imported from places like Australia, etc. There are domestic stocks also, but they have a high volume of ash. So in order to ensure that the coal being fed to the blast furnaces, etc., has quality which is suited for that and is able to bring down the best possible efficiency. The coal is blended from multiple sources, and AI is being used in optimizing the coal blend. JSPL uses AI ML based advanced analytics for spotting defects using thermal imaging. This helps improve safety by reducing human exposure during inspection. Obviously, the marriage of the visioning machine based imaging helps you in conducting inspections with almost no fatigue and ensuring quality all across. And there are multiple areas, but in the interest of time, I won't detail all of them. JSW achieved a significant milestone with end-to-end digitization along across the entire plant, extending digital initiatives to encompass sales and marketing functions, and introduced an integrated control tower within manufacturing, showcasing a comprehensive embrace of Industry 4.0 principles and technologies. There is a AI-based chatbot which has been launched by SAIL, which is called SAIL Sarthi, and which engages with the customers about their demands, their indents with regard to the when that will be delivered, the cost, etc. Also, it's first of its kind. Let me speak something about what exists in the public sector steel plants. So level 0 field sensors are already installed in all public sector steel plants. Level 1 and 2 systems with process optimizations are also in place in most of the plants, and they are closely integrated. ERP system with production order for different SOPs is already implemented in many PSU steel plants, and with vertical integration and process with the process automation system. There is a communication backbone with fiber optic backbone for carrying voice data and video signals with managed switches are also available. What we do not have in large numbers is the integrated manufacturing execution system, which integrates the production planning and which comes from the ERP systems to the entire operations of the manufacturing shops within these steel plants. So this is one area which many of the public sector integrated steel plants would be adopting. I must say that the new facility that has come up in Nagarnar in the under the control of NMDC Steel Limited is one such facility which is highly integrated in adoption of the Industry 4.0 technologies, and this started this had its first batch of steel coils rolled out on 24th August, and you would hardly see any person, and all the machines are integrated with IoT and various other technologies constituted within the suite of the Industry 4.0. Let me mention then something about the way we need to go in this regard. In order to have a successful digital transformation within existing systems, detailed readiness assessment is needed for formulation of a roadmap for digital transformation. And this would enable plants to have a smooth transition towards Industry 4.0. While this would be entirely feasible for the large plants because they are in a position to have the consultants and experts who will help them do that. It is an issue for the MSME players who are not familiar with many of these technologies, their potential, their likely costs, the way they would drop support from the existing players, startups and tech centers and academic institutions is something which we need to focus, and maybe the institutions, the startups and the chambers could work in this regard. I'm told that there are startups now who offer manufacturing as a service in this regard, in this area, and they would certainly be in a position to help. I was reading about the Startup India Award that is supported by the DPIIT and probably curated by them. In 2021, the startups in the Industry 4.0 technologies had the third largest number, about 225. And so it is getting a lot of traction, and there are good startups coming in this arena. They are working in the computer vision. They are working in the area of robotics. They are also working in the area of 3D printing, IoT, AR products, and so on and so forth. So there is another problem which I need to mention, and this is the problem of the data standards of the diverse steel equipments which have been bought, particularly among the legacy manufacturers. And so at that point in time, you had equipment supplies by Russians, by Ukrainians, Germans. So all of them, they work with whatever data standards suited them. But when you want to integrate all of them, there is a challenge. And I think we need to have centers for excellence working towards decoding all these data standards and having a bridge kind of a system, just like those of internet, which help communication of diverse among the diverse machines and having different communication languages, yet being able to transmit data which are understood by everyone. So this is one issue which I needed to address, draw your attention. So the another area which I think is important is the issue of the MSME, to which fellow speakers have addressed earlier. And I only want to point out that it's not only about the investments that they need to make, but it is also the issue of the manpower availability. Many of these MSMEs do not employ very skilled manpower, and they deem it as a cost item. And because they want to control cost because of their limited scales and their very niche place, therefore it becomes an issue. I think here is one area where some amount of sensitization is also needed, and I'm happy to note that many of the industry, particularly the steel MSMEs, whom we may call, they're actually not MSMEs strictly, but smaller steel players. But they may have the wherewithal, but in terms of finances, but in terms of technical capability, there is some amount of work that needs to be done, and there's some amount of work that also needs to be done in terms of convincing people about the need to make investments, which would not only help them with regard to the cost, but in terms of improvement of quality, in terms of global competitiveness of their products, which would ensue, is what would be important. Our industry should not remain content with only India as their market, but they should now look forward to global markets. And I think our secondary steel players should look towards the global markets, and having Industry 4.0's technologies in their suite of technologies that they employ will help them ensure quality and global competitiveness and global recognition for their products is what my wish is. And I think a lot of avenues are now available in terms of their being able to skill their manpower. A few of them have already been spoken by Vijay and other colleagues. I only wish to mention about two institutes that our ministry runs. One is a institute called National Institute of Secondary Steel Technologies. This is an institute based in Ludhiana in Punjab. And this institute helps secondary steel players in adoption of technologies and hasn't done much work in the Industry 4.0, but we are preparing them for the decarbonization, and I will also be preparing them for taking this issue up. Another institution which is located in Bhubaneswar is an institution called Biju Patnaik National Institute, Steel Institute, and this Steel Institute had been working for about 20 years and had a rough patch for about 5 years, but we have again revived the institution, and this is coming up with new courses. Industry 4.0 is one area which would be covered. In fact, this would be of quite interest, should be of quite interest to the secondary steel players and the steel clusters. The way I feel the industry should collaborate and the chambers should lead is to work with their associations and their organizations to help them understand and appreciate the importance of Industry 4.0 technologies, where they can access these technologies, what are the cost-effective options for adoption of these technologies, how can they make their machines smart, how do they upskill their own manpower, is something which is work that needs to be done by the chambers, by the federations, by the ministries of government of India, heavy industry, steel, and all of them. So I think there is a lot of synergy that could be derived by this. I would be failing if I do not mention two developments. One is 5G rollout is a development which is of immense importance. A lot of work has already been done in IoTs, etc. But how do IoTs communicate is what will be enabled by 5G, and I'm told that the rollout has been completed in about 717 districts of about 750 odd districts within the country. So it is easily possible that enterprise application, when the IoTs are connected on the 5G backbone within the plants, they help the IoTs and the machines to communicate among themselves without and that could easily overlay without having a very legacy kind of network connecting all of them. The drone is another development which is of quite a help, and I think a lot of work is also being done. This does not strictly fit in the scope of the Industry 4.0 technologies as it is conventionally understood, but we were witness to a presentation by BVG's technologies where they mentioned how the nuclear imaging techniques are being used to go inside the equipments, the columns, etc., to detect where the anomalies are. So I think the suite of technologies which could help the Industry 4.0 and smarter manufacturing is constantly growing, and we should be willing to take advantage of them. So to cap there is immense potential and requirement for adoption of the Industry 4.0 technologies. This would help improve the production, the profitability, the downtime, the yield, the quality, the integration with both the suppliers and the manufacturer. And all of this could be enabled by Industry 4.0 technologies. There are challenges, but there are also possibilities, and a day is not far away when using Industry 4.0 technologies, the manufacturing share in the Indian economy grows to 1/4 of the total GDP. And there certainly Industry 4.0 technology will play a role. And we all, let me emphasize, we all, the government, the industry, the academia, the startups, all have to play a role in this. Thank you very much for this platform.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very, very comprehensive views on the Industry 4.0 and how steel industry as such under your leadership is actually burgeoning to the next realms of industry 4.0 from 3.0, in some cases even in 2.0. So one of the pain points, you mentioned about the skilled, manpower, and in fact, there was a repetition many times, and I'm sure that you must also be having a very, very sort of a concern in terms of, because probably we may, have enough resources in terms of the capex, but unless we have the human capital who understands the modalities of industry 4.0, how we can actually transform our industry, particularly MSMEs. In fact, again, this is a very, very important point. And as you rightly mentioned, there has to be the interface between industry, academia, the regulators, the government, all policymakers, so that you'll be able to bring in some of the most innovative solutions that has never existed before. So in order to have more academic penetration in industry 4.0 realm, particularly in the skilling space, we have curated a session that is a technical session too, wherein we are having the CEO of the sector skill council from the mining industry, mining sector. We also have the professor from Sharda Group of Institution from Ford School of Management, because the academic integration has to be there. Because in fact, I was reading the new education policy. The word artificial intelligence is repeated more than 21 times in the new education policy. That itself tells about like how much seriousness is there from the government side also to embrace the digital transformation and AI and the new age technologies, as well as in emerging technologies in the new order of the industrial leadership. So thank you very much, sir, for your perspective. We are really more, we have become more wise after your very, very knowledgeable talk. So let's give a huge round of applause to our chief guest. So, sir, if you permit, can we take 2 questions, sir? Yes. Okay, we have many people from the manufacturing sector. We can take 2 questions from the industry. Okay, sir. Here we can start from you. And please be very crisp and be very pointed.
Yeah, good morning. My name is A.K. Batra. I'm from industry and technology as such, especially the oil and gas technologies. Now, my question is that today's discussion, which are mostly hinged on steel industry or the heavy industry, but the major industry sector serviced by PHD commerce is small cell sector, MSME sector. Now we should concentrate more, and I should request the panel to deliberate on how this technology can be harnessed successfully by small scale sector, which doesn't require much of investment, which requires smart technologies, maybe small instrumentation, or maybe some kind of mobile applications, or thing which doesn't require much of investment. Now, many of the people which are sitting here, I think mostly are from MSME sector. So it will be more beneficial if we deliberate on these kind of. Thank you.
One more question.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm a scientist engineer by I see that I'm working very also. There's a lot of problem by erosion and scale is being made. I'm already working on that and a group I wait for putting out PPH, as well as I'm working with students for you. So I'm going to this guy on the tracks. We are going to do some particular plant here so that we can put the track. So that's a problem, particularly in coastal areas, a lot of problems. So what are you suggesting, sir, to avoid and giving long lines in these structures?
So I deal mostly with the administrative aspects and not the technical aspects, but the point that you made is an important point, and under the PLI, such technologies are such production of such steel is being promoted, which is not only wear resistant but also corrosion resistant. So I guess with promotion of such manufacturing of such steel by the steel manufacturers, and especially supported by PLI, should be able to take care of these concerns, in addition to what is being done by the Ministry of Railways and Ministry of Road Transport and Highways in terms of being able to provide coating and such other solutions to ensure that the corrosion, there is some protection against the corrosion due to the elements, especially in the areas which are subject to such corrosive environments like those close to the coast. I think detailed discussions could certainly be possible. I will request our colleagues to get in touch with those in Ministry of Steel and Ministry of Railways, and we'll see how what are the kind of problems and can those problems be addressed by improving the grades of the steel which are able to address this at the root itself without the need for expensive coating kind of applications. As you would be aware that coating etc. are issues that can wear off, and if there are any kind of intrusion into them, so coating can wear off, and there is this problem of corrosion setting in and limiting the life of the equipment and facilities. Coming to the other issue of the addressing the issues of the MSMEs not from the steel sector, I think it's a very important issue, and the point mentioned by our colleague Joint Secretary Mr. Vijay Mittal was an important point where he mentioned how could conventional machines be made smart by bare minimum applications. So IISC has taken up this project. I'm also so there you would be adding some sensors which could also measure the parameters using the remote technologies, as we did if you would recall at the time of COVID, where without having thermometers inserted into your mouth or armpit or some other part of the body, you could remotely sense those parameters. So I guess having those kind of sensors or sensors, if we could embed them riding on the 3G 5G backbone, and then in turn using the digitalizing technology, there's a lot that could be derived, and it requires some amount of appreciation, some industry enablers who could help provide such solutions, integration of all these technologies at a cost which is affordable. I guess also when there are people who are willing to work on a revenue model that works more on the OPEX rather than CAPEX. So if we could have those kind of solutions, I mean, people should be willing to share the additional income that they are able to get by adoption of these technologies. And I think nowadays our financiers and our investors have also become smart. So three-way partnership could also be brought about. Just a few days ago, we were having a discussion where a firm, and I mean, only making this point to illustrate this issue, a firm has come up with a technology which could convert carbon dioxide emitted by the steel making equipment to ethanol. So we were thinking if we could do it where it could be a three-party partnership where somebody supplies the technology, somebody provides the investment, and somebody provides him with the carbon dioxide, and all of them are willing to share their own part of risk. It could be a win-win kind of a situation. So we should be willing to work with these kind of models, and I'm quite sure that this tri-way, four-way kind of partnership can be easily devised in the current times, and there lies the hope for the MISPs. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. No, he raised a very valid point, sir. Ministry of Heavy Industries also, which I did not bring out in my address, has another component in the same scheme, which is called Common Engineering Facility Centers. And these common engineering facility centers have two components. One, as you very rightly brought out, about the skilling and the getting those skilled manpower which is required for such advanced technologies. So it takes care of all those skilling part of it. Second part of it is creating a facility center which MSMEs can use. Suppose you need to invest for a particular operation, a machine which costs you 10 crore, 5 crore, 7 crore, something of that kind. We are coming out with the clusters in those technologies and in those industry hubs, wherein those operations will be available for the MSME on say per day basis or per man hour basis or per machine hour basis for carrying out those necessary intermediate operations by them. One such cluster is now coming up in Coimbatore along with the Tatas and Ministry of Heavy Industries, wherein for all 10 different components of capital goods sector, as we call it, whether it's a processing, mining, machine tool, construction, equipment kind of a things, plastic, textile. So such operations would be available. You cannot afford to buy a 3D printer, which may cost you 1 crore of rupees. You can go and get your prototyping done very quickly on rent basis from such. So these concepts of common engineering facility center has come up with an initial investment by the government, and thereafter they are self-sustaining them with a twin objective of providing easy or a less costly machining route or the processing route to the MSME on one hand, on the second hand, doing a job for the purpose of self-sustenance, of teaching and upskilling and reskilling those workforce which is required. And as very rightly brought out by Dr. Jitendra, that one of the this skilling council, some director perhaps will be there here. We also have got 4 skilling councils with us who have been assigned the job of preparing qualification packs level 6 and above, which will make you entitled an employee for any of those technology which you are working in, and you are a QP6 qualified professional. So very rightly, I think very relevant point by you that it is not a one-sided thing. This needs to be attacked from all the sides, and these components I'm sure are being taken care of by MHI. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. We can have the last question, sir. Yeah.
Sir, I have a
So-
question.
No. Last question, because since
Yes.
Secretary sir has to leave, we have the time till 11:15. Yes, sir.
So I recall when ISO 9000 was getting implemented, then subsidies were given to the, especially to the MSME sector. So same in this case, we can request the relevant government authorities to devise an incentive scheme or a subsidy so that this the process can be popularized more and then adopted at a faster rate. One more thing is this, sir. As you mentioned about, adoption of various renewable or non-conventional systems like, in the manufacturing of green steel, etc. The financing of these projects can be done at a cheaper rate by issuing green bonds. So the banks also subscribe to them, and then overseas investors also do this. So similar innovative fundraising can be thought of, where the companies can raise resources, and particularly the MSMEs, they can finance this particular initiative at a cheaper rate and for a longer time.
So I think, sorry, the speed is of the essence, and I guess while subsidies certainly are of help, but we should be focusing more on the benefits that we could derive and sharing of those benefits. I think I wouldn't want our industry to be spending their time in getting subsidy rather than understanding the benefits that the technology could provide them and how to enable those things to happen. Common facilities, summer centers, etc., investments which are help people on a continuing basis. but subsidy is one time which requires some amount of tracking and some amount of time. And I think that may not be the best use of the time of an MSME owner who is already strapped for time on account of multiple areas and responsibilities that he handle. I think if we could have this kind of partnership where the benefits could be shared by the implementer or the solution provider and the MSME owner, that could be a model which could be of potentially much greater benefit. Green bond like instrument for industry 4.0 is an idea which is a new idea, and I'm sure it's a good idea. We need to take that forward.
It just help rolling out all the technologies to everyone a lot faster, I guess.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. In fact, now before I request our co-chair to propose vote of thanks, I'll request Mr. Nitin and Mr. Ravi Gupta to kindly felicitate our guests with a memento from PhD. Sir.
Thank you so much for Can you join us?
Thank you very much. Now I'll request Shri Ravi Gupta ji, our co-chair for Minerals and Metals Committee, PHDCCI, to kindly give the formal vote of thanks.
Shri Nagendra Nath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Shri Vijay Mittal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. Shri Nitin Jain, Co-Chair, New Age Business Committee, PHDCCI and Co-Founder of Business. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Additional Secretary General, PHDCCI. Eminent dignitaries, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks to Shri Nagendranath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. His vision to use Industry 4 in steel industry is a welcome move to make it efficient and competitive. It also encourages other industries for similar efforts in the desired direction. I also thank Shri Vijay Mittal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries. Initiatives by Ministry of Heavy Industries like Samarth Udyog Bharat 4 deserves appreciation. This program focuses on enhancing competitiveness in India's capital goods sector. We are indeed honored and privileged to have you all for today's PHDCCI Industry 4 Summit entitled Tech Crafting the Future, Redefining Manufacturing with New Age Solutions. Industry 4 has altogether changed the way we manufacture. It has significantly reduced the costs and enhanced quality through the use of automatic processes, thus fostering on a new age of efficiency and innovation. These new age technologies ensures a safe working environment and safeguard systems from potential breaches. It facilitates companies in informed decision making, that is adjusting production lines and responding to market changes. Industries that embrace Industry 4 position themselves in a favorable way to adopt to the future and to actively shape it. I once again thank all the industry stakeholders, policymakers, technology providers, and academicians who have spared their valuable time to join the summit on this timely theme, and would like to give special thanks to Jindal Steel and Power Limited for sponsoring the summit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Gupta sir. And we are thankful to JSP as well as the Ford School of Management for partnering with us in making this summit highly successful. We'll be coming out with a knowledge report post this summit, and we'll be giving you one barcode also. Kindly scan the barcode and give your feedback also in terms of how we can add more innovation and more technologies, particularly for MSME, so that they are able to dovetail to Industry 4.0. Thank you very much. We break for tea.
Please stay back for the technical sessions because they will tell you what exactly Industry 4.0 is, and we'll be demonstrating new age technologies as well. So it'll be very, very enlightening.
Sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir.
Making 500 to 1,000 crores per year, which they then pay for the account of the that will not be a problem. And then I tell them this number to share the. I don't have this thing. Unfortunately, we are very bad in keeping. We don't give card.
But I am in case any banking support is required.
और मारी होगी एक भी और मारी होगी हमारी भी कुछ वो part of giving tell Naman to deploy this online उसको आता है वो कर देखो उसको बोल दे तो कोड मिलते हैं उसको बोलते हैं कि एक ही फाइल बना उसको बोल ये कॉपी पेस्ट करके मेरी फाइल में डाल दे मेरे उस फोल्डर में नहीं तो होगा तो मैं रात को डालूंगा नहीं तो नमन अभी कर सकता है वो कर लेगा हम उनको दोनों दे दें दोनों एंड पॉइंट्स दे दें एक ही फाइल में कन्वर्ट कर दें एक ही फाइल
नहीं करना है
सब
कुछ भी नहीं करना है ये बोलना है
यहाँ पे तुम कोड करना है
उनका टेक्नोलॉजी अलग है ना क्या हाँ हाँ नहीं तो फिर they can simply use our design and then develop the parts. And the technology is different. हाँ if they do design with the technology no. If they don't have the technology, we'll share the design.
मेरे को लग रहा है टेंसर फ्लो काट रहा है
हम लोग बेस पे और अपन हाँ दवा भी कह सकते कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं कोई नहीं बोला कल भी हम लोग याद कर वो इसका भी याद करते हैं तो बुरा लग रहा है you guys are the oldest patient in the system of the इतना old सब लोग मिस करते हम लोग which is not like what it's going to be. Anytime, I will just WhatsApp to you. I'll WhatsApp to you. Okay?
Somebody sitting here.
Somebody was sitting here.
Was here somebody?
Because after the second letter, they'll come as you.
Me. Suddenly, found that it is very close to us, and then to how the track them in the back of the industry. The classroom was the most wide for the unless they come out and show us this is a very, very learning. Very well. I was a relationship manager for the corporation in this area. Relationship manager looks after the president of the day. How that is how for the bank. Yeah, I have seen.
It's like because the older than us, very young. Little called back. That we are having 16. But we don't involve them. Unless we need bigger number. Ask for the bigger
यार वो लाइन रख लो
Please, please. Says my leading coordinator. 26. What is the best of I guess we need to find
किसने रख दिया लाके तो जीरा रखा हुआ है प्लेस
For example, and how the rates are lower, but right after the still after the rate many days. But the city is much more cheaper than ours. Our rates are around 8-9 days. But if the dollar denominated most will be a little bit for tax. If you have a margin, and if many people more they go for everything. The project import one will increase, and then again if the general gets down, government tax down. Then why not you take the bias in the dollar? The dollar denominated loans are 1 cheaper than the these are the things. Have 1 hour. 1 hour of the presentation. Case study. These days, what is happening very, but how these studies are applied so that for this particular company they are there are the person from the world in candle industry. Now I will go I have idea. Academia then I can't go on exactly but they have then they have the domain. There is a sharing of exchange of opinions, the view, sharing of the knowledge, the knowledge of police there, and class advisors. I will love it. I love it. Do it right. Thank you.
All good, all good. मुझे केवल एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है आपके लिए, हाउ शुड आई प्रोनाउंस मैं क्या बोलूं? इंद्र, ओके ग्रेट, दैट्स इट। इंद्र दिम्ना दत्ता, ठीक है। डन, मेरे सब में करना ठीक है।
15 मिनट।
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to all of you? Great. So allow me to quickly introduce myself, and then let's also hear from our notable panelists, which are not just came here to talk about what they do, but also came here to share their experiences. And this is going to be a very interesting conversation today, because as we dwell towards the future of tech ed, there are things which are changing the way how industries run. And we have such a great panel that joined us from various industries which are not just scaling their heights in the country, but also internationally. My name is Abhinav Jain. I'm one of the co-founders of a leading loyalty and channel engagement company called Almonds AI. Why Almonds? I get this question very often. Almonds actually stands for activating the last mile on digital. And AI, because all of these solutions are powered by AI. Why I think this session will be amazing for you, because as we talk, as we conclude this session in next an hour or so, you all will have an amazing understanding, many of you might already have, about how Industry 4.0 is changing the way how we see things, how we do things, how we consume, and how we experience. And to talk more about it, we have a great panel with us. We have got someone who literally see all of you as a customer. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Umesh Madhyan from Coca-Cola. We are someone who makes sure that your parkings are done correctly and you pay them seamlessly. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Sagat Mahapatra from Barrel Scope. World's first powerful supercomputer powered with AI was built with IBM. We have Shamina ji representing IBM today. And then finally, one of the largest steel company, not just in the India, but also probably across the globe. From Jindal, we have Indra Datta, who will be joining the panel today.
where in the world you'll see a panel that come from all sorts of experiences that we scale through on our own. हिंदी में कहते हैं रोटी कपड़ा और मकान. मेरे पास रोटी कपड़ा और मकान और कंप्यूटर सारे लोग यहाँ पर हैं. So let's get this started. I would start with each of the panelists to share what they do, what is their role in their company, and what is one small thing that they think about Industry 4.0 and the next decade in the country. We'll start with our dear friend Indroji. Indro, over to you.
First of all, thanks, Abhinav, for nice introduction. And I think you kept the audience engaged from the very moment we started this. So my name is Indra Dumna Datta. So I am the JSP Group Chief Digital Officer. I take care of the whole IT and digital transformation for Jindal Steel and Power. So it comes under 5 verticals. So basically, we are responsible for maintaining the whole IT operations. Secondly, we take care of all IT applications that are required for the operations and enabling functions, whether it is our ERP or non-ERP applications, customized applications, or COTS applications. Then the most important part is the cybersecurity and the data protection, data privacy, information security, governance, risk, and compliance. So we take care of that for the entire organization. And the topic of today's interest, the Industry 4.0, and how we can actually enable our operations to be more effective. So we take care of the whole digital solutions and transformation initiative for JSP. So that cuts across the whole IT and OT integration. We will talk about that in detail. So these are the 5 areas we are looking after, and maybe I will share my experience of different use cases that we are doing throughout the entire value chain of iron and steelmaking process. So it is not only restricted to any particular area. So it starts from the mining and dispatch to how do we make iron, how do we actually refine the steel for our end products, then all the mills that we have, and of course the whole supply chain network and the finished goods commerce part of it we will cover. So maybe I will take a pause here and over to you, Abhinav.
Big round of applause for Mr. And so steel is one thing, when we go to a gym, right? You do the weightlifting and all, the muscle, you can easily see, okay, it's pumping up and all of that. But how would you measure if your backbone is actually strengthening? That's steel. When we see great buildings, great, infrastructure, everything's all, this looks beautiful. This chair looks amazing. But all of this is built over steel. So that's the backbone of the infrastructure that we talk about. So, good to know about that, Mr. Datta. Let's go to Mr. Madhyan. And Umesh, while, sorry, we don't have Coca-Cola here, but we would love to know more about it. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Audible? Okay, my name is Umesh. So I had logistics for HCCB is how we call it. It's the bottling arm of Coca-Cola in India. And this is the largest FMCG as far as logistics is concerned. There is nobody who does more than 7,000 shipments in a day in this country. There are a group of companies who do it, but as a single entity, it is Coca-Cola who does those many trucks of shipments in a day. So I would be keen in sharing how we handle scale. All my discussions will be around technology to help scale. And India is a growing superpower. We have a growing ambition, and all that will come only with scale. So largely, wherever I mention tech, it's Industry 4.0 because that's the current tech. And there's a lot of work which we do on tech, which is future ready or which is for the future. We normally very hesitantly talk about 2023 and 2023. It's largely the future of 2025, 26, because that's the pace at which you all are changing. That's how the consumer is changing, right? Post-COVID and pre-COVID, the consumer is super different. For example, we were talking on the way, the consumer today is more an aware consumer, a very health conscious consumer, a consumer who needs variety of options. So we talk about share of throat. We don't talk about sparkling. We don't talk about juice. We don't talk about water. We don't talk about cans. We talk overall share of throat. How do we get into coffee and so on and so forth. So we can talk category more, but largely I will be more interested in sharing use cases which we have, which has solved a lot of scale problem. Since it's a global company, we are inspired by solutions in Germany, in Australia, in the US, in Europe, and we have a lot of solutions which are ahead of time with us, which I would love to share. Let's make it interactive. Make sure you ask questions not about Coke, not what I can't share. And we ask whatever is logistics, whatever is supply chain, I would love to share and interact and make it more learning for me as well. Thank you so much.
Give a big round of applause for Mr. Umesh Madhyan. I would also like to highlight Mr. Umesh Madhyan is the chairman of India's leading consortium of supply chain visionary leaders, CVSCL, that holds pretty much every big company, top 100 companies, top supply chain CISOs and all of those, they're part of the group. So thank you for joining, Mr. Madhyan. We welcome you. Okay, so let's go to, the team that comes from, and I'm calling it team because IBM, right, is a team, right? And if they ask Shamila to represent them, it's a team. So over to Shamila to know about what they do, what's their vision, and what we're gonna hear today from them.
Sure, thank you, Abhinav. So IBM stands for actually I bring many. So
Wow.
that's a common joke usually when we go to our clients that we bring many people to the meetings because we believe in having subject matter experts from all forum for a client use case to understand them well, to conduct a workshop. So I also play multiple roles at IBM. Being a service provider, we have to work with our clients very closely and deliver projects. So that's one of my roles. My other roles are also like helping clients solve problems in the initial stages. So not only being at the time of delivery and actually doing day-to-day work with them, but also at the initial stages to convert their business problem into an IT problem or convert their business problem into an analytical frame. So that's my role currently. I have experience across domain, mainly life sciences, healthcare clients, and currently I'm doing work for the public sector, which includes risk and finance management and fraud. I also work on now with the latest, we have to keep upscaling ourselves. That is a big flavor of the season is Gen AI. So I'll try to bring in the aspect of Gen AI, how Gen AI can help in the industry 4.0 today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Shamila. Let's give a big round of applause for her as well. And over to you, my friend Sagat Mahapatra. And as I said, they are running such a fantastic thing. And in fact, I've seen one of their products. That's why I thought it would be great to have him join us in this panel, where they're solving one of the biggest challenges that we are going to see for the next year, parking in the country. Over to you, Sagat.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I purposefully requested Sharmila to go first.
Thank you, Shobhit.
Not just for the fact that she's a lady, but also I'm an ex-IBMer. So my blood is still blue at some level. You don't stop being an IBMer even once you move on. So coming to me, I worked in the corporate sector for about 20 odd years across different managerial positions. Some of the cherished moments were with companies like Siemens and Dassault, where I was head of the manufacturing and heavy industrial equipment vertical. The job way back in 2014 or 15 was to bring about the education to our clients about Industry 4.0. So initially it was just about taking those we would call dumb lathe machines and put PLC controllers, and then now you have data coming out of that lathe machine in terms of the cycle time, in terms of the uptime, heat generated and stuff. So that was my background with Industry 4.0, where we were tasked with curating, designing and deploying Industry 4.0 roadmap for large enterprise customers. About 2 years back, I started my own firm We call it Bioscope Solutions Private Limited. The first thing that we're trying to address, like I've told us, is the parking problem. So we have automated parking across industrial parking, across airports, across malls. And what we did was we converted the FASTag into a kind of a fintech product. So there's a two-factor authentication, number one, with FASTag. So you can pay seamlessly with your FASTag, which has reduced your stoppage time at an exit or an entry point from 45 seconds to just 3 seconds. The second thing that we do, which involves a lot of AI, which is our goal of the day, and IoT sensors to identify the number plate. So the technology is ANPR, Advanced Automatic Number Plate Recognition System, through which we ascertain the make and the details of a car. So our team does about 4.5 million vehicles per month, and we are growing as we speak. So thank you. I look forward to a great discussion out here.
Great, big round of applause for Saurabh Mohapatra. See, many of us know about how digital transformation is evolving. All of us might be very proud of, and of course, we all should be the Chandrayaan-3, right? Before that, it was UPI, which crossed 10 billion transactions, right? But many of us do not know that one of the fastest adopted digital transformations play was FASTag in the country. 97% of the users in the country has experienced or have experienced FASTag. And that's remarkable, right? And using FASTag to create fintech is such a fantastic idea. And not just that, I have experienced their solution in our building, at Space, where they work very closely. And it's so seamless. And that is where exactly our focus is going to be: how new age technologies, AI, IoT, blockchain, right? Gen AI, as we heard. Sensor-based technologies are changing the way how we experience the future. Today, one of the core topics that we are going to dwell upon is understanding how Industry 4.0 is being supercharged, quote unquote, with AI and other relevant technologies. But before that, I have a question for all of you. Okay. Fun question. How many of you know that which all technologies are part of Industry 4.0? Okay, so I'll just give some options. You have to say yes or no. Okay, so let's start with IoT. Okay, how many of you say yes and how many of you say no? So those who say no, please raise your hand. Okay, one. So 98% say yes. Okay, digital twins. Yes. Okay, AI. Okay, sensors, automation. Okay, great. I have some more. 3D manufacturing. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, yes. Okay, AR and VR, Web 3.0. Well, can you tell even a single technology that's not part of Industry 4.0 as we speak right now? And that's the power of Industry 4.0, that no matter what you do, it is going to create something which is going to be game changing, and it is part of Industry 4.0. I was very happy to hear when Indra said that, they look for a value chain, quote unquote, and I'm going to use the same word, of iron and steel making process, right? I've never thought about it. How there is a value chain, because we always seen from, how we grow up, there's an ore, it's getting cleaned and it's getting shipped into shapes. That's what we have seen. So let's start with Indra today and hear from him about the point that he mentioned about value chain creation in making of steel, and how they are using Industry 4.0 code, any of these technology, in making it possible for the world. Over to you, Indra.
So I think the whole, again, the same term I'm using, the value chain of making iron and steel, starts from the mining of the iron ore. And it is important to understand that how we can reduce the whole turnaround time for the trucks that is actually carrying the iron ore from your mines to maybe the centers of making the pellets and processing your mines. Now, that part, how can you improve the whole haulage of your iron ores as well as the get in to get out process. And I think I will be really interested to see that how Saugat's solution will be able to help us there. Because for us, it is not only about reducing the TAT, but also to ensure compliance. Ensure compliance and reduce pilferage when the ore or any raw material is actually getting transported from the mines, whether it is coal, whether it is iron, to our premises. Now, once it comes to our premise, let's say the whole sinter plant and the coke oven plant, there are a lot of technologies, whatever names that you have told today are actually existing. But then the point here is that how can we integrate those siloed technologies to get more information from the data that was already present perhaps in industry 3.0. So industry 4.0 is basically how you can leverage all these operations technology with the information technology and then get more information out of the data so that you can take meaningful decisions, and that decision is actually going to improve the productivity of each and every processes. So whether it is your people knowledge, whether it is your process efficiency or effectiveness, that can be improved. Now, let me give you a simple example just to break the myth that, okay, what's Industry 4.0 is and how are we adding the value to this whole iron and steel making process. Uh, so we have many equipments, critical equipments, which are actually handling liquid steel or raw iron, right? The liquid metals, what we call in our plant. Now, the blast furnace, or let's say your basic oxygen furnace or electric arc furnace, all these things need to handle high temperature. It is not only important for the equipment, but it is also important from the safety aspect, that none of these molten metal or the liquid steel should come out from those equipment. So we have to put a refractory. Now the refractory is the lifeline of that equipment, which is protecting the shell from the hot metal. And the whole productivity of my process depends on how much availability is present or how can I improve the availability of those critical equipment. So what we have done here is that before I talk about what we have done, we have to understand the as-is process today in many of the plants. However, JSP has progressed in that part. So let us understand the as-is process in many of the plants. What happens is that you have to inspect those refractory linings so that there is no puncturing, there is no thinning out of those liners, and it is not causing any untoward incident. Now, those equipments are large in size, maybe 5-story, 6 stories tall. And you have to put scaffolding, you have to go there, you have to use thermal imaging cameras to understand where the red spots are. Then you have to take a judicious call with respect to your supply chain, your commitment to the market, that, okay, I can take a shutdown to rectify my refractory linings. So what we have deployed now, so I'm coming to the 2B process, is that we have deployed a drone-based inspection process augmented with the artificial intelligence. So what it does, we have programmed the flying path through the GIS information. So it will actually take the drone to the right spots where we need to take the measurements of the thermal hotspots. It has been fitted with thermal imaging cameras, and it will be able to capture the basically 3 things, right? RGB values, the red, green, blue values of the refractory lining. And through that, it will be able to understand that, okay, this is the life of the refractory, which is perhaps present. So what we call remaining useful life. Now, there will be multiple observations which are coming, and you will be able to club them together, and you will be able to take the shutdown at one go, so that your availability of the equipments are becoming more. Now, it is also going to improve your safety incidents record, because when you are putting your human at risk, working at height, putting scaffolding, not only you are putting your people at risk, also you are taking more time to do the inspection. So you see the maintenance cost is coming down, the safety records are getting improved, and my throughput is going up because of the lesser downtime. So, and then what we have done also is like we have put a prediction model that if the color of this refractory is at this particular value, let's say 100 of RGB value, then how it is going to reduce over to 50, which is maybe my threshold value, and then I have to take an action. So that's one particular use case, but maybe in the due course of time, I can talk about.
No, I think that's a very practical example, because when you were telling, I was imagining, how this would look. And that's where I think the true challenge comes, because we can talk about this, but can you make it happen? And I think JSP has done it. This is commendable. So going to Umesh. Umesh, you have been with Coca-Cola for a long, long time, right? And you have seen one factory to multiple to, one of the largest one that we have seen recently. It was announced in news and everything was there. Tell us about how this entire technology transformation has personally changed the perception of this entire ecosystem, and especially about scalability. One of the awards that you guys have won was about safety award for this digital driver thing that you did. Then I also heard that there is some automation of DMCs that you are talking about. All of these are in public, so I can publicly talk about it, right? Tell us about how technology has transformed the entire ecosystem that you're part of.
Sure. Thanks, Abhinav. So basically, the first step, which I think changes with the current evolution of tech, is that tech is a part of your strategy now. It's not something which you use for solving problems. It's not something which you do it on a transactional tactical basis. There are such kind of technologies where you can build your business plans for the next 2-3 years. For example, there's a lot of demand sensing activity which you can do through social media, through a lot of preferences which people have on what kind of products would they want us to see launching. What is the kind of taste they are developing? How much do they want hyper local? How much do they want global? What exactly is the correlation of weather, for example, on demand sensing? So we are doing a project on demand sensing where we are saying we want to get rid of forecasting. That's the biggest change which COVID taught us, right? No point forecasting because there are many factors which will change it. Imagine a system where you will have a clear understanding of footfall of a particular store, of a particular channel. Basis that, what exactly is the social media preference? What is the change of weather on summer related products? Weather going up impacts which market, on which category, on which pack. So all those kind of changes is what we are trying to make as a model, and through that algorithm try and define how we go forward, which means you will not have demand and supply planners in the system. Which means you will have data scientists who will work more on algorithms, who will not work more on talking to sales. Aapko kya lagta hai, kitna bikega? That is no more relevant because it is not very individual dependent. It's a lot of science which gets into it, which means this piece becomes a part of your strategy. You are not going to do this overnight. कि हमने August में decide कर दिया 1st September से live है. This will be a model which will keep on learning. It will take 1 or 2 years for you to reach there, to land exactly where you want to do this. So it is a part of your strategy on how you do this. There are many such examples where you can also plan sizing of a plant. For example, we went with a digital factory and that happens to be with IBM. So our first digital factory, which was public, is in Sanand in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. And it was a design of digital factory which decided manning of that plant. The roles completely changed. Number of people which we need for a particular function completely changed, completely transformationally. It will be at least a 5 to 6x difference between a regular new greenfield plant versus a digital plant. You see it very differently. You see it like a control center room where you have lot many TVs. You exactly know what's happening to effluent, to water, to energy, power, production, maintenance, repairs, downtimes. Everything is there on your dashboard. So all that is not transactional. It's not something which you just came up with. You solved a problem, you contracted IBM and you are done with it. This is a strategy. So you plan how you want to grow. You take all of this into a part of your strategy and you move on. Lastly, coming back to the robos. So we use a
driver counseling agent at every plant distribution center where we want our roads to be safe. So there are agencies appointed who counsel the drivers. Are you drunk? Have you slept well? What's your level of fatigue? Did you rest in the last 8 hours? Since how many hours have you been driving? Have you driven ghats of late? What is your expertise? That's a counseling which happens. And there is mandatory checks, like you said, statutory, regulatory. Do you have license? Is it from Nagaland? Is it real license? Is it a fake license? Do you have your fitness done properly, your PUC, etc., all of that. Now, this is a whole process which takes 30, 40, 45 minutes per driver. And after that, you take an action that, okay, now you're allowed, go to the docks and get it loaded. And then we also give counseling on training, how you should take care at ghats, near the school, how should you drive, harsh acceleration, harsh braking, all of that. We converted this into a model called a e-learning kiosk, where the driver is profiled. He comes, he logs in with a mobile number. We have 48 modules he has to go through. He gets trained one by one. If there is an accident which happens close to a drink and drive kind of case, he's pushed to see a drink and drive video. The video will last only 3 to 3.5 minutes, right? And he will get a certification at the end of it. He has to pass a test and he gets a loading pass, like a boarding pass, and then he goes and lifts it. We thought this is an awesome solution. E-learning, e-digital, it's a sexy solution, solves a lot of problem. It got outdated before we could go all the sites. 1.5 years, we ran it for about 11 sites, 11, 12 sites. We wanted to go 20. We said, hey, wait, there is something else. We launched a eDMC robo, exactly replacing the counselor. The robo can exactly smell whether you're drunk or not. It can read oxygen, it can read fever, body temperature, it can talk to you, it can check to you while talking online on Vahan, etc., all your documents, and it sees your fakeness versus your statutory legal binding. And basis that, it again shows you that video, approves you, gives you a loading pass, and then you get the load. Which means you replace the DMC completely, not only in the learning part. And now we are launching this for about 20 sites. It has all the IoT sensors. It has an AI camera, which also reads the movement of eyelids. It helps you do a game, play a game, so that you know exactly whether there is real fatigue or not. So it does all of that. And all is one robo and solves this problem, takes about 7 to 8 minutes against a 40, 45 minutes, helps problem of scale solved, helps. The idea is not to get rid of people.
True.
The idea is not to get rid of DMC, but the idea is this safety program was done in 10, 11 sites. Now, because of cost advantage and less people, I can do it in 30. So all my 30 sites become more safer. So that's the more idea of how we look at it. Then, of course, there is a digital factory, which I would love to talk about, but I think I'll pause here. Let's
So
see.
we'll go to the talk of digital factory because Indra also talked about it. I would love to hear from you as well. Let's go to Shamila. Shamila, you come from a background where you are talking to multiple such clients, right? You're learning from them, you are sharing ideas with them, and you bring many, right?
Yes. Yes.
So
in fact,
share your experience. Yes.
I'm talking about AI. So while Swati shared the framework of today's panel discussion, and I was hoping if I had an AI assistant who could just scramble all the use cases that IBM has solved and give me the best ones on top of it, instead of me going and searching and also talking to some of my experienced colleagues, if it could just tap in their brain and give me the best use cases. But today I did my work manually, so you'll get what I have searched for. But yes, to what Indra was saying, no, I'm so glad that something like that Jingle is doing, because in Norway, one of our clients in natural oil and gas, the approach that I would say that the approach today, many companies are following is AI at scale approach, where you are doing small types of fireflies project, easy to implement, and you're also doing large scale implementation the way that Jindal Steel is doing. The small scale fireflies projects, which are actually using Gen AI. Now, the typical AI, which used to be the chatbot or summarization, which research areas would use a lot of documents, going through, sifting through documents, making a report or financial analysis. All that typically for a IBM also to deploy such models and making it into a chatbot would take more time. Now with Gen AI, it is taking us 70% less time because we are leveraging collaboration of large language models. OpenAI is one such example, but that is not enterprise ready. So what mostly companies have to think about, what is it that we can do with respect to enterprise ready solution. So most of the companies are thinking of, so this Norway company did this 2.5 years ago. They also built a center of COE kind of, or COC kind of a team, which included data scientists, geoscientists, data engineers, their business people, the floor managers, everything. And they were also educated on AI and data science because they had to understand the implication of these projects and how it is impacting their life. So when I said these fireflies kind of small scalable projects, for a simple thing like picking up the right numbers from reports, putting it in a financial Excel, and getting the information to the right person at the right time. So that takes away the time and energy for let's say a geoscientist to do the core work rather than focus on these mundane manual operations. So those are the firefly projects that I'm saying, the AI at scale approach. And of course, the traditional AI that is predicting maintenance, repair, having that subsea level equipment, having the sensor in it, predicting when to repair faults, or even a bridge company, for example, similar to what Jindal Steel is talking about. They installed drones so that they could have the data of the drones to find the repair. They have installed digital twins so that before sending their labor to repair the bridges, they could actually model using what needs to be done in that bridge. Because earlier they used to send many people to inspect manual inspection on the bridges for the cracks and wherever the faults are. Now they could actually prepare themselves much better and then send less number of people. So there is safety ensured, there is efficiency ensured, and it's more accurate also. So these are some of the examples. And so Gen AI, I would also like to talk a little bit more. Lot of HR operations hiring can be eradicated by using Gen AI. IBM, for example, ourselves, we have implemented our promotion cycles, which used to take a lot of weeks, has been now reduced by 4 weeks. Wow. Just by introducing Gen AI. So coming back to what is Gen AI? So just to understand we all use chatbot. So what is the big thing about Gen AI? We use chatbot, we're still using chatbot, right? But if a chatbot could also help you summarize large set of data in seconds, that is Gen AI. Summarize, and also it could classify so that you can easily get insights rather than going through millions and millions of documents or have people go through the video images or sound recordings. So that's Gen AI basically. And Gen AI, the aspect of Gen AI, which is different than what traditional AI was, that using large language models, which are there available by a lot of players in the industry, and it is a great collaboration. Some of them are actually accessible across. So even technology partners are right now partnering amongst themselves to get the best of knowledge and repository to help the problems faster and
fantastic,
efficiently.
So this is great. I think Gen AI is absolutely the way forward to probably, as you rightly started, asking an assistant to just tell boss क्या क्या मैंने सीखा है, क्या क्या मैंने किया है और मेरी कंपनी ने क्या क्या deliver किया है, quickly summarize करो.
Yes.
And absolutely there when you said that, these solutions will actually entail us to do what all can be done in future, right? And that's exactly the point that I would go to discuss with Sagat on this, because your solutions are very amazing, and not just at Barrel, but also when you were at IBM and at Crescenda and all of that. Give us some insights on that.
So I think one of the things, or rather two things that I would like to stress on is, one is big data. Everybody keeps saying big data to the point that it's not big anymore. So for us, big data doesn't work. I'll explain why. What works for us is called edge analytics. Now, you might have heard this term, but what does it mean? Let's break it down. Let's dump it down. Big data is all the data going into one place. There's like a supercomputer, the Amitabh Bachchan of the server world. और वो ऐसे दो हाथों से गोली चलाता है, and then you have amazing results from all the stuff that comes. That's great, but that comes to you when you have the luxury of time at your disposal. Now I have got a vehicle and another 300 vehicles lined up behind it inside, let's say, a plant, or let's say a highway toll, or let's say your airport parking. T2, T3 mein aap jayenge, you will see the huge queue. Now 10 things are happening. The vehicle is identified, the number plate is pulled out, the FASTag balance is checked. If it is not there, manual deduction through other methods are happening, and the barrier has to open. And once it goes, there's a safety solenoid underground, and then the barrier comes down. I have 1.5 seconds to do this whole thing. मेरे पास टाइम नहीं वहां पे बैठ के कि मैं कुछ बिग डेटा करता रहूं. So there we have something called as edge analytics. Edge analytics, in a dumb way of saying it, basically means doing analytics on the sensor level itself. Right? So these guys, yes. So they're on big factories. They understand what I'm talking about. So you don't have the time. So that's edge analytics, number one. Number two, other thing I wanted to stress upon was something called as deep learning. We all know machine learning, right? What does machine learning do? You've got algorithms, you've got data sets. It tries to identify the pattern. That's machine learning. Now let's extrapolate that, and let's try to make this machine think the way Umesh would, or you would. So that's something called as neural network. So how the human brain is configured. So you train the machine to think like a human brain, and then you have a better analytics of a video, of an image. Case in point being what Shamla just said. So you've got bridges that need to be inspected. You can do it with a drone. There is a company in India which was tasked with analyzing the transmission poles. So if they've got fatigue, if they've got crack marks, the entire thing was done by drones. One flight of 15 minutes captures 2,500 high definition images. It goes into terabytes, and the analytics is done real time. So we started doing the same thing in our technology, because the moment we deploy something in Nagpur, it's very different from what data we get in terms of number plate when we take it to Chennai. Delhi mein to kahani alag hai, papa ki pari, and you got all kind of weird things written, mom's gift. So my NPR is reading the card number as mom's gift. Right. So that's where we have two-factor authentication to figure out, okay, so each region inside India has a different way of getting the number plate. HSRP is not as strictly implemented in other cities as it is in NCR. So, and I can't tell the client ki sir hamari galti nahi, aap pad ke dalo. We can't do that. That was the point of automation. So that's where deep learning comes. That is where the AI just is not AI. It goes one step further. And it is taught. So you have to literally teach the machine that if it looks font size tilted by this much angle, it's M. It suddenly does not become P, or it does not become some other number. Or ye galti karta hai wo. And then you start training it. Then it starts learning on their own. So that is called regressive training, where the machine is learning on its own without any supervision. So that's, I think, where we have come. I don't know if it's fair to call it 4.5. I don't know.
5.4,
maybe
4.7,
maybe.
But it's good. It's good to know that, we all go to airport, right? And I've never actually thought about it. how quickly it opens and we don't have to do anything, right? And now knowing it actually will made me thinking, right?
You can send me a selfie next
I will do that. I will, right? But I do charge for selfies by the way. Okay, so coming to the next topic, which I had in mind, is human intelligence versus artificial intelligence. Okay, and that's very interesting one to talk about because, as Umesh actually very briefly talked about it, that AI or automation is not about losing jobs, but people are losing, no matter what we say, right? The server computers and all of that are not green, right? They're doing a lot of emissions of carbon and challenges are there. And sorry to say, Umesh, PET bottles, right? So there is a reason why humans were, their perfection at one point of time to do things possible. But now there is automation, there is artificial intelligence, and there is digital twin. And I would love to know the example of digital twin that you talked about, because one best example of digital twin that I actually learned very early was from a car company in Germany, which actually, and how many of you, before I even talk about that example, आप ऐसे कितने लोगों ने कोई VR headset को लगा के experience किया है? Just raise your hand. Okay, so about 30%, right? So that's very surprising because if we haven't done it, I highly recommend all of you to go to a mall or any VR experience center. There are gaming zones. Please experience, because if not today, tomorrow you will have a solution which you want to experience on VR, and you should be ready with that. It's the same question how I used to ask my dad, Papa, आपने smartphone use क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो आप? अब वो अभी भी what do you call keypad वाला use कर रहे थे, and then he said जरूरत क्या है? But after 3 years he said यार एक वो smartphone screen वाला दे देना. The same thing. So it's better that you start accepting. That's the thing that is happening. So एक VR headset क्या करता है? It creates a virtual experience for you just next to your eyes. And why next to your eyes? पिछले 60 सालों में उमेश जी, experiences have come closer to humans. How? 1960 में यदि आपको क्रिकेट मैच देखना था, तो the best way to see the match, go to the stadium and see that, and then you watch it from 300 feet, right? Then 1970 में the best way to do was a radio. You can hear it 9 feet from you, or probably 100 feet. Then in 75, 80, the TV came, so it came close to you, 9 feet away from you. Then a laptop came 3 feet. Then a mobile came 9 inches, right? And the future is next to your eyes, right? And that's VR. And then after 10, 15 years, when you talk about the new technologies, the brain chips, it's already happening. So we should not be fearful, quote unquote, about it. We should be experimental, and that's the way to experience future. Let's learn from it, right? So digital twins, coming back to that, a company in Germany, right, Mr. Chatterjee, they used to build a new car prototype for about 600 million pounds, right? एक कार का प्रोटोटाइप प्रॉपर टॉप टू बॉटम बनाने में उनको 600 मिलियन पाउंड लगते थे, राइट? और इसमें चैलेंजेस क्या आते थे? वो पहले कार की असेंबली 6,000 पार्ट और 17,000 पार्ट जितने भी हैं, वो पहले पार्ट से लेके आखिरी पार्ट तक पूरी असेंबली लाइन बिल्ट होती थी. जहां जहां चैलेंजेस आते थे उसको फिक्स किया जाता था, फिर असेंबली चेक होती थी, फिर अगला पार्ट ऐड किया, फिर टायर ऐड किया, फिर स्टीयरिंग ऐड की, और जब तक वो आखिरी पार्ट ऐड होता था उसमें करीब 1-1.5 साल का टाइम लग जाता था, और जो मैंने आपको खर्चा बताया हजारों करोड़ों रुपए का, वो आता था. तो ये स्मार्ट लोगों ने क्या किया? इन्होंने कहा कि भैया इतनी मेहनत करने की जरूरत नहीं है, एक डिजिटल ट्विन बनाते हैं इस असेंबली लाइन का. व्हाट डज दैट मीन? इमेजिन जो कंपनी में वो हजारों चीजें हो रही हैं, उसको यदि मैं डिजिटली क्रिएट कर पाऊं, बहुत ही लेमन लैंग्वेज में मैं आप सभी के सामने रखना चाहता हूं, यदि मैं डिजिटली क्रिएट कर पाऊं तो ये लाइट जल रही है कि नहीं मुझे यहां से दिख जाएगा, जैसे कि उमेश जी ने बताया, कंसोल लगा हुआ है उस पर दिख रहा है. And if you want to even experience it immersively, you put heads and then you get into this, right? और यदि ये लाइट जली तो उसका उस पार्ट पर क्या इफेक्ट पड़ेगा? यदि ये स्विच ऑन हुआ तो अगली असेंबली पार्ट पर क्या इफेक्ट पड़ेगा? ये सारा काम उन्होंने डिजिटल असेंबली लाइन पर क्रिएट किया. एंड दिस ऑल वाज डन, नंबर 1, बाय सेविंग 50% ऑफ द टाइम. जो 1.5 साल में असेंबली लाइन बिल्ट होती थी, वो 7 या 8 महीने में क्रिएट हो गई, end to end. And they saved up about $600 million because this thing was costing them about $50 million or something like this. That's the true application of a technology. It's not to, and coming back to that, it's actually not losing that job. It is actually about applying technology so that you can do better, right? And we are very thrilled that Coca-Cola, and they publicly announced it, that they launched a digital factory. So Umesh, we'll start from you. We'd like to hear from you about that. What's the experience, what the efficacies, what the challenges, and how many such we'll see in future such?
Many.
So you are now also bring many. Okay.
Anyways, we are doing with them only.
Okay. So many.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, digital factory, the concept was, okay, before that, see the kind of tech which we have nowadays, every tech might not have clarity of payback. What will you get from doing this? Like I spoke about demand sensing earlier. I don't know what you will get from it. Like the same digital factory, there are many components right from receiving raw material till about ETP, discharge, water usage, yield of every preform which gets into a plastic bottle, CO2 which gets into a bottle, label. All of this, there are many components which goes through a whole solutioning of a digital factory. So we wanted to do one end-to-end. So we did not choose phase one, phase two, let's do inbound, let's do only maintenance, let's do only production, let's do utilities and then move on. We said, let's do it fully and then see what the payback is. So this was one such kind of project where we said, we don't know what the payback is, but we want to do it. Let's see how it goes. So we have an end-to-end digital factory in Sanand, which is completely, like I said, on control tower, everything is screened. What is the end state? What are we trying to achieve by doing this? What we are trying to do is every problem gets broken down into a logic. Just one example, a bottle needs a preform. A preform gets into a line, there is a blower, and basis that it goes through multiple stages. Eventually, you get a filled product at the end of the line. Now, this may get rejected many times because of uneven blowing, because of some particle, because of CO2, because of many things, it will get rejected on through the line. No, but there is no method. There are people today who track it and the people who manage this. Now, post-digital factory, there are 6 stages where you have defined reasons of shortage, which means you have defined reasons of which equipment of the line was the root cause for this shortage, reduction or damage or elimination. Then you address each one of these and you make sure that you start reducing the whole wastage in the system. So it gives a method to the madness. That's number one. Number two, eventually you will have so much of data that you will want to have maintenance which is predictive. All of these lines are super expensive. There are only 3 OEMs in the world who do bottling lines for brewery or for us for any bottling. So obviously the spare parts are expensive, the maintenance is expensive. Imagine if you can estimate that if this belt is undergoing this motion disruption at a 45 degrees temperature beyond 2000 hours, it will work only for more 25 hours. In the next day, it is going to damage. What happens is, if the belt breaks, there are 3-4 more spares which you will have to replace, which will not happen now because you know exactly in advance when is the belt going to break. Because the system tries to build those algorithms and creates those correlations through which you maintain the whole system. Maintenance is very huge. It's a huge expense in any organization. And I think even if you're able to reduce by 10%, it is millions of dollars which you save. And that alone is good enough for whole digital factory funding. One lever is good enough. So we have about 6 use cases on predictive maintenance is what we are still working on and trying to implement that. How do we estimate the life of every part? More importantly, you gather a lot of health and you go back to these 3 OEMs and tell them, you told me that this will work for 70,000 hours. It is not working beyond 30,000 hours. This is the health. This is the health card of this whole system. Change it or else I'm debiting you or you give it for free. So all that information you start getting, it's a lot of enrichment of data which you get. More importantly, you are changing the roles. I initially spoke about people. You change the roles from quantitative to a lot of qualitative. We have 50% diversity in this plant. 50% women who come in 3 shifts, they can handle any machine in this plant. Only because of information and only because of logic and only because of brain they need to use in all this. So you're making more qualitative, even a plant job, even a line palletizer, supervisor job becomes very interesting. And you're trying to create a good quality of those people. So these are all engineers, these are all graduates. It's no more a labor which you hire for a plant. So you're increasing quality in a way and making sure that you have less wastages and you have faster reach. You have, more importantly, the thing which I spoke about, which we need, is agility in supply chain. This gives you agility. Your changeovers become smarter. Your CIP times become smarter because you have a lot of data available and you are able to respond to whatever changing market. Peak of the season, just change from sparkling to water like this. Becomes super easy. I can talk about it for 3 hours, but I think I'll pause.
No, this is amazing. I think
3x.
See, I think
yeah, it's replacement of manpower rather. You need a different kind of manpower for doing all of this, and that manpower also gets reallocated in your different other plants.
True.
In your different
And it's not just the manpower count, it is also the productivity that matters a lot, right?
Correct.
So I was meeting with one of the gentlemen from startup ecosystem, right? And they said that technology, while a lot of people just think about industries, companies, revenues and all, but technology has actually played a very important role in the country in women empowerment. How? Why? You know, in the early days, पहले ऐसा क्यों कहा जाता था कि महिलाएं इस चीज को नहीं कर सकती? Because of their strength. हम ये सोचते थे कि वो 100 किलो कैसे उठा के रखेंगी. That was the only reason, nothing else, right? But अब क्या हो गया है कि वो जो 100 किलो उठाने का काम है, वो एक मशीन कर रही है. तो brain तो हम सबका pretty much same है, right? It's just matter of empowering it with the knowledge. So now, and I think many of you might know, in the last 10 years, since the technology empowerment has begun in the country, right? Every third engineer is a woman. And that's a remarkable accomplishment for any country in the world, right? On top of it, every 40%, that means about half of technology coders in the world are women, right? And that was not possible if technologies like such that we are seeing here existed, right? So coming to Indro, you know, we specifically talked about, you know, how value chain and all of this, and you did talk about how this entire ecosystem is this. Are you guys also using any sort of digital twins technologies or AR, VR immersion to probably create more value to the ecosystem or anything related to that? And also, last but not the least, how AI in this ecosystem is emerging. Yeah, over to you.
So let me share a few examples again on how are we utilizing digital twin. So for any steel plant, blast furnace is the heart of the plant, which actually takes your coking coal, limestone, and obviously the pellet and your iron ore, and produces your molten metal. Now, the blast furnace stability and throughput is very important part of the whole operation. Not only so, it also emits a lot of carbon dioxide. So this is actually having some impact on the environment as well. Now, through digital twin, what we are trying to do here is like we are trying to reduce the carbon emission, increase the throughput, as well as we are trying to see that the silicon percentage or the chemical composition of the hot metal is as per the target specification. So we are actually developing a digital twin with one of the startup partner, and it is actually in a matured stage now, which we are testing it out. So there are dual purpose. One is that how can we reduce the per kg consumption of coking coal for per ton hot metal production. So let's say if I am consuming around 350 kg of coking coal to produce 1 ton of hot metal, how can we reduce it from 350 to let's say 340? And that is again, I totally agree with Sri Nagendra Nath Sinha when he said is that we have to ensure we are actually producing responsibly, and the responsibility is on the environment, right? And he also said that how can we utilize some of the skills that is there with the experienced operators. So let's say when the temperature of the blast furnace is going down, the automatic response from an operator is like you put more coking coal, that will actually increase the temperature. But maybe that is not the right thing to do if you have the root causes analyzed on a real-time basis by the digital twin and actually recommending the right actions which you need to take. So there are a couple of things which are coming here. First is that the upskilling of the operator, because we have the historical data on basis on which the model has been developed, digital twin has been developed. So what is the information present in the historical data? It is basically some of the operators who are experienced and having a greater knowledge. That information is present in your historical data. Now, if you can tab those set points and those parameters used by that experienced operator to run the blast furnace, given all the variability in your raw material, in your output, then you will be able to tell the current operator who may not be that experienced that, hey guy, you have to actually do these things properly. You take this particular action and then you will be able to maintain your throughput. And in the process, you are also going to reduce your carbon footprint. So that is the kind of digital twin we are doing. We are also developing a digital twin in the whole supply chain. So let's say today, if I have to improve my OTIF, so OTIF is on time in full and may not be at that scale of 7,000 per day trucks that you move. So we move almost around 4,000 trucks per day. And for 1 million ton of steel production, you have to move almost 3 to 4 times of material. So our capacity today is 9.6 million tons. And if you just multiply it by 3 to 4 times, it comes around 35 million tons of material that we are moving, whether it is finished goods, whether it is raw material, whether it is intermediate products. So how can we ensure that the OTIF is getting maximized? And if there is any demand fluctuations or supply side fluctuations, we need to have a proper digital twin where we can actually simulate. So you were actually giving the example of how can we run a simulation, and perhaps we can say that, okay, the car example that you were giving, we can also do with our supply chain network and say that, okay, if I bring a regional warehouse here rather than here because there is a accident in this rake movement on my rail line, so I will be able to improve my OTIF or maybe able to reduce the impact of that line blockage. So that kind of thought process is also there. And to answer your the last questions about augmented reality and virtual reality, I think the steel is one of the most important sector where you can apply AR/VR because of all the safety related aspect that we need to take care. So if you impart a training session through experiential learning, that what is the consequence of walking at height, and if you are not following a particular PPE, then what could be the consequence? You can do 1,000 online trainings, you can do anything, but if you are once you are wearing that augmented reality, virtual reality headset and experience that, you will never do the mistake. If you are actually handling hot metal, and what is the consequence of not following the proper safety guidelines, you will never do the mistake. So those kind of experiential learning centers also we are actually bringing up in our Raigarh and Angul facilities, and that is actually going to improve I think life for all the stakeholders.
This is great, and I think I see a lot of students out here. Probably some of them would like to speak to you to probably take a visit of those facilities and show this to to Madhyanji as well. Let's go to Shamila this time. Shamila, AI. You talked about Gen AI and Chat GPTs. I think most of us have experienced that, right? What else do you think is probably going to change this ecosystem in next coming years or probably a decade? And coming from a heart of a technologist. Your mic is not. Yeah.
We did a research on all the MSMEs or the manufacturer executives around 532 countries in Asia Pac. And and even some benchmarking studies. This was, although it was 2022, but it's still the adoption is still not there. So there's a lot of opportunity. It's only like, I think 29 or 30% of the companies are there saying they're using the production level data for deriving insights. Not everybody is using, and some of them are using. There are sensors, but it is in the local plant. It is still not at enterprise level. So we have to understand very clearly to make, when the company has these goals of increasing yield, production, they're not matching with their goals, like in reality. And that's where what I'm trying to say is there's still a lot of opportunity. And yes, a lot of things are happening very fast. You did ask what else is happening, but I think there's a lot of problems in hand to solve. To start with, making sure the sensor data, not just in installing the sensors, which is what even Mr. Nath was talking about, the advocacy. So once the sensor is there, how to make sure that all the data is on the cloud. So making sure you have the right cloud. And when you have the right cloud, you're talking about your data, your security, the risk involved, everything around that. So, so yes, there's opportunity to make sure all your data is on enterprise and you're using your data as a in your heart of your organization as an AI approach in every aspect, so that the people who are involved, the laborers or any workers or geoscientists, everybody is doing their core work, and they're doing more creative work rather than the manual labor intensive work. So that is a lot of opportunities. Having said that, we as a technology partners, we are focusing on areas which are domain agnostic. That is customer care, talent acquisition, as well as modernization of applications. So starting with the modernization of applications, by that we mean code generation. So somebody doesn't have to write code. So how can that be? So there could be a code generation, moving from legacy systems into new systems, COBOL to Java, that kind of conversion. Because a lot of our systems are still in the legacy systems and apps, and so how to move that faster. That's one area. The second area is customer care, which is very pervasive. Everybody is talking about it, customer care. But how to make it even more faster? Like any institution would have a lot of complaints from customers. Now, how to collate those complaints into various categories? Are they having brand issues? Are they having taste issues? Or are they having access issues, distribution issues? What is it that they're having? So that kind of summarization. And not only so when you are interacting with that AI bot, you are asking a question, and the question should not only give a summary of your answer, but also could give you sources where you could look further into it. So those kind of things are there in the so summarization, content generation, classification. So this is big, huge area which is helping draw a lot of efficiencies in organizations. Then comes talent acquisition. Now, talent acquisition is a very interesting topic, because at one go we are saying we don't want HR because they are like, I mean, we want to reduce the HR operations, because they then, so that they can focus on the core thing, they can actually help acquire people with the right skill. for you, for the business managers, the functional managers. And on the other hand, we also know what HR is facing the challenge. There's a huge skill gap, and because of AI and because of the new skills that are coming up. So by 2030, apparently 82 million, there's going to be a skill gap of that. And it's very nice to hear that, you know, the women diversity aspect, and also the aspect of people need to be more creative, not need to be, they can start being more creative, which for a lot of time we are so stuck up in our daily mechanical work that we forget. For example, even an HR recruiter will spend a lot of time in copy pasting in Excel job descriptions, changing jobs, sending to the functional manager will like it or not, it will come back, go back, email, conversation. They will also spend time in scheduling interviews with the wrong candidate. Okay. And then the candidate will come, they will be interviewed. It's a utter waste of time. So can we think of where the Gen AI will just sift through a lot of job description, come out with the basic template, automatically send the email to the functional manager will make some changes, and then it goes. And so it's a smooth digital HR manager transition that can happen. And then the recruiter will focus on more quality recruits. The recruiter will focus on what are the aspects, new aspects, and that needs to be there in the job description. Those kind of things, and also work with the business managers or strategize. So this is where we are saying the role is transforming of the people. It is not taking away their jobs, but you know, it's transforming.
No, and this is great. In fact, there is a study that has come recently that in US, you know, if you are submitting a resume to a company, you know, many of us are looking for good jobs, right? 80% probability that you will be screened by a bot, right? 80%. And here is the answer to this, that if a bot is screening a resume, 60% probability it was written by a bot, right?
Yeah.
So there is a fight and tussle. Right. So coming to Sagat, you know, and we'll be very quick this time. Sorry about it, because I think we will win an award if we close it by 1:10. Okay. So coming to you, in your case, when you talked about, you know, some of these examples, what your company does, but also in your experiences, give us, probably enlighten us on one or two areas where you think will be the true future ahead in terms of AI, chat, and of course, other things that you're part of. IoT, sensors, what else?
Well, coming to the part about getting screened by a bot, one of the most irritating things that I'm facing nowadays is the bots are calling you nowadays.
It's called robocall.
Yeah, you can't even shout at them and have the satisfaction. I don't want any more credit cards. I've done for the last 20 years. I'm telling you, I don't need any more. When did you learn? So sorry, that was on a lighter note. I heard you saying there are a lot of students here. And I was
no, actually, that's not a lighter note, because that comes under ethical AI.
True.
Right?
Yes,
so that's every time we are doing an implementation at an enterprise level. Now, Chat GPT is for everybody. It's a public solution. And whenever we think of enterprise level, especially manufacturing industry, we have to think of ethical AI.
True.
We have to think of the biases. We have to think of explainability of the model. These are important aspects, security and ethical AI.
No,
so that's also one thing.
Ethics is, of course, I think topic for another days. So we have students here, right?
Yeah.
I heard students. So what do you guys think about Chat GPT? Has it made your homework easier? Because it's made homework terrific for my 10-year-old. He loves doing homework now.
Ask his teacher first.
No, she tells me.
Okay.
And any of you guys have heard of the word COBOL? She just said COBOL.
Yeah.
But you would.
No, I'm asking them.
Oh, you're.
They would have.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for.
Sir, mere bhi baal chale gaye. Now I agree with you.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, we are one of those old time people where you had to literally hit enter, wait for the compilation to happen across 20 minutes. Have a cup. You remember those days, sir? Have a cup of tea, go have 5 cigarettes, come back, programming chali rahi, and then you have 30 errors. Yes. Yeah. So the reason why I brought that up was This is open to you guys, right? I would love to take some questions from you people before you, the students especially, they knock into coma. Do you believe technology creates jobs or it steals jobs? I mean, go on. It creates jobs, or does it create skills? Yeah, so skills create jobs, right? So one of the first thing that Abhinav said a while back was the tussle between human resource and artificial resource. The stuff that we do every day, does it take away a parking assistant's job? Or are we creating more network engineers? Are we creating more AI technicians, or are we creating more ground level staff people on a daily basis? It's perspective thing. So the future definitely is a higher skilled workforce with the advent of technology. So technology is not here to steal your jobs. When the typewriters were supposed to do that, the God help me, but the IBM computers were supposed to take away jobs, but did that happen? Right? You have more institutes that can come up, right? Who are teaching you people how to do it. So technology doesn't steal anything from you.
Can we ask a question?
Yes, please.
So we Chat GPT I'm sure they are not accurate technology. They are based on certain methods models. We will never get an accurate response. One has to be very careful where to use them and not be used. In fact, they are in talk that they are so inaccurate, they can mislead. 2 and 2 if you ask in chat, but it may not be 4, it will be 5. Still it may be correct. They are still on the development stage. You will go on, all possibilities are on. One has to be caution in using on.
No, completely agree. In fact, I think that's more of a statement that you've given than a question. But I want to add one more thing here, sir. I have a 3.5-year-old son, right? और वो अभी ABCD सीख रहा है, right? मैं उसको शाम को जाके यदि बोलूं बेटा पूरी ABCD लिख के दिखा दे, आपको लगता है कि वो लिख पाएगा? या किसी को भी लगता है कि पूरा वो लिख पाएगा? So it's a continuous improvement process. हो सकता है वो ABCD 1 साल में लिखना पूरा शुरू कर दे, उसके बाद ग्रामर्स भी उसे सीखने, फिर उसके बाद शायद वो MA करे इंग्लिश में. True. It is.
They for 6 months, you should stop all the development. Then we should do.
No, absolutely. And there is a lot of controversy around it. There is a debatable, in fact.
How can we improve? Feedback okay, and then I will improve.
And this will continue to improve the way how it's happening. There are guardrails required. Absolutely. And there are already, not just the technical companies or technology organizations, but also governments are working on it. But I think that was a very good point, Sagar. Thank you so much. I'll lighten up this conversation with rapid fire questions to our panelists. Okay. And you just have to answer in probably one word or something like this. I have 3-4 questions for all of you. Okay. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you have to give a movie name to AI, what name would you give? Let's start with you and then we'll go this. So आपको एक movie का नाम देना है AI को, क्या नाम देंगे आप?
Origin after Dan Brown's novel.
Origin. Okay. कोई Bollywood movie का नाम देना हो तो? ठीक है, आपके पास लौट के आएंगे. उमेश. Sorry, what did you say?
Shahenshah.
Shahenshah. Okay. So
Bahubali.
Okay, Sagar.
हम आपके कौन?
Shamila.
Oh God. Anukul, actually, that was a movie way ahead of time by Satyajit Ray. It's a short story. Just go on YouTube.
Nice.
It talks about a robot.
Very cool.
Which is cool, and the philosophy of it developing human emotions.
Nice. And मैं सर के साथ जाऊंगा कभी खुशी कभी गम. Okay. Next question. Okay, next question. यदि AI और आपके better half में लड़ाई हो तो कौन जीतेगा? Okay. So let's start with Sagat, you first, and then.
पहली बात तो ये unequal लड़ाई है.
Unequal लड़ाई है. You already know that she'll win.
Yeah.
Okay, Sharmila.
Larai.
Huh?
No, but then the AI will suggest a lot of ways to mitigate the larais.
Great. Umesh.
It will be never ending.
Never.
Infinite loop.
कोई result नहीं है.
इसका कोई result नहीं आएगा. Indro. वो लड़ाई होने का मौका ही नहीं देना चाहिए. अच्छा हाँ, मतलब आपको मौका ही मिलेगा ही नहीं because once you start that will be thrown out. Alex out of the house. Alex out of the house, right? Okay, so I think those were the two questions and जितेंद्र जी आप यहाँ आ गए हैं तो मैं समझ गया हूँ आप थोड़ी देर में भगा देंगे उनको. But एक अवार्ड इस पैनल को जाना चाहिए कि हमने राइट ऑन टाइम स्पॉट पर खत्म किया. Give a big round of applause to all of them. Such a insightful session where we talked about new things, old things. You know, we went up to COBOL, right, 1960s. And we also talked about how an entire company is run on a dashboard, right? And that's the kind of authenticity that we have seen in this panel. So once again, Shamila, thank you for joining, and we welcome you.
It was our honor. Thank you
Great.
for inviting us.
Right.
Definitely. It's a learning experience.
Right.
And just like the models are learning, we are also
Sir, I have a question. Everyone, just give us 1 more minute, please. Yeah. Just 1 more minute. Sir, 1 second. Sir, 1 second. Question session is over. I'm so sorry. All of these respected dignitaries will be available outside to speak to you. Sagar, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, it was good to learn about the technologies and the real applications of it. Umesh, well, as always, I speak to you, I learn something more. Thank you so much. It was good learning from you today, and probably we'll look forward to learn more in upcoming sessions. And I want to thank Dr. Jitendra, Swati ji, and everyone, for inviting us to join this panel. And I hope it was a good learning for all of you. Big round of applause for everyone once again. And thank you so much. बच्चों को क्वेश्चन पूछने दो. Umesh ji and Indra ji.
A token of appreciation from PHDCCI.
Definitely. Check
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have to get on my other session, otherwise that's going to see I'll just start my next one. Thank you so much. I don't have card actually.
आप कर लीजिए मेल कर दीजिए I'm running out of my card, but you can. I'm running out of my card, but you can find me in Dingle. नहीं मेरे कुछ अपने नोट्स आई का I'm reviewer of IEEE. 10-12 journal microwave satellite technology, radar technology, optical technology. I'm reviewer of Chandrayaan 3 का कहाँ किस जगह हयात में generally I take classes now. I'm not busy. I take classes now. तो कभी मौका मिलता है महीने में 1-2-4 अटेंड करता हूँ हर वक्त तो पॉसिबल नहीं है, लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा नहीं है। इतने सारे बच्चे आए हैं, लेट द मास्क समथिंग, वो अपनी अपनी बात कहेंगे तो क्या की कॉन्फिडेंस, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट्स आए उनको
settle for the next session. This is a QR code displayed on the screen. Kindly scan this code and give your feedback on this session so that we are able to move further. Please scan this code. Google Form. It's a simple Google Form. You have to just put whatever like comments you want to put, and can you do this? Please scan this barcode. Please scan this barcode. Hello. Selfie बाद में लेने ना. Please scan this barcode. Okay, scan it. Okay, thank you.
ये सारे बच्चे आए हैं, लेट द मास्क क्वेश्चन जैसे कि वो बुलाओ तो उनको अपनी अपनी बात कहेंगे, लेकिन सारे बच्चे को मौका नहीं, कुछ नहीं, अपनी अपनी कहेंगे तो उससे क्या फायदा? नोबडी स्पोक वेल, कुछ नहीं बताया। ठीक है, देना फीडबैक वैसे मैं आई फ्रीक्वेंटली कमिंग हियर, ये वसुधा मैडम है, so I know many people. एक बात बता रहा हूँ, जनरल पूछने का मौका देना चाहिए, आप अपनी अपनी बात करेंगे तो देखिए क्या होता है। ये सारे बच्चे हैं, लेकिन आई नेवर सीन दिस मच ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स। बच्चों को बुलाना चाहिए, हमारी कलाम साहब तो कहते थे बच्चे ही टॉप पर हैं, बाकी हम लोगों को करना था कर लिया, मौका नहीं दे रहे। Okay, then just
So we have this code. You can scan this code, and this session is live on YouTube also. You can download the link, YouTube link, and then you can see all these, debates and deliberations at your ease also.
हाँ, मतलब जगह होना चाहिए। इतने बच्चे मैंने कहीं नहीं देखे, बच्चों को बुलाता ही नहीं है एनसीआर में। हमारे वहाँ साउथ में तो इक्वल स्टूडेंट फर्स्ट, सबसे पहले आगे उनको बैठाते हैं बच्चों की, टॉप प्रायोरिटी, तभी तो सीखेंगे ना वो, नहीं तो ऐसे कैसे सीखेंगे? नहीं तो चंद्रयान 3 तक कर लिया, हो सकता है चंद्रयान 15 तक करें वो लोग। अब हम लोगों की कैपेसिटी नहीं है। I'm 66. Okay, I got retired 6 years back from Ahmedabad Center. I'm professor.
So ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting this session. And may I request the speakers of this session to kindly come on the dais. Mr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO Skill Council for Mining Sector. We have Dr. P.S.S. Subramaniam, Professor Antapreet Singh, Professor of Practice OB and HR, and Head Center for Digital Innovation, Ford School of Management. Nice. May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please. Please settle down. Okay, great. In fact, in the morning, we had a session, the inaugural session, wherein there was a discussion on ushering in the India's decade. Then we had a session, technical session 1, wherein we had the perspective from the industry stalwarts in terms of automation for business growth and cost reduction. And now this is a very important session, because in the morning session also the secretary was saying this many times, that until unless we have a skilled manpower, until unless we have people, we have our own human capital, we're not able to unleash the potential of Industry 4.0. Sir, please. So in order to have the perspective from the academia as well as from the skill council for mining sector, we have curated this session wherein we are able to assess, we are able to understand, we are able to actually make some sort of clues that how industry academia interface can be the harbinger for creating the human capital that is apt for making Industry 4.0 compliant MSMEs. So I'll request, in fact, this is a very important session. May I request to please settle down, sir? Sir, we already, the session is on. Excuse me, sir, the session is on now. Can you discuss? If you want to discuss, you can go outside and you can discuss at your ease also. There is no issue as such. Anybody who wants to deliberate or discuss with any of your co-partners or your domain experts, we have the sofas outside. You can go, you can relax, and then you can come back once your discussion is over, so that we are actually able to, give the respect to the domain experts who have come from a distance. They are the people who will actually make us understand the nuances of this summit. And if you're not giving or paying respect to them, I think we're not doing justice for this session. Okay. Now, in fact, this session is curated in a way that we'll be having 5-minute opening remarks from our domain experts who will actually tell us what is their thought process on this technical session 2. The subject is enabling Industry 4.2 excellence, smart manufacturing, IoT integration, and human AI proficiency. As in the morning also, we had a discussion that at the end of the day, everything boils down to, the people's skill. If we don't have the skilled manpower, if we don't have the STEM education in force, because STEM education is one of the important aspects for understanding the tech part, whether you are doing humanities or social sciences or, any of these engineering subjects, until unless there is a footprint of STEM education in your entire curricula, we will not be able to actually make our, population skill, particularly in digital transformation modules. So I'll request first of all with Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who is the CEO of Skill Council for Mining Sector, to kindly give, sir, your 5-minute perspective, what your organization is doing and how you're actually creating an enabling ecosystem for creating the skilled manpower for Industry 4.0. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. No, I like to tell you the lunch is break is announced. Well, I'm Sanjay Sharma. A disclaimer, I'm not a AI guy, I'm not a IITians, but I'm a core HR professional, having worked with the JK Cement Division and L&T Construction Company, some steel company in Nigeria, gold mines, Armenia, and then chiefly worked with Hindustan Zinc and Vedanta Group as a HR head there. So we are into skilling and training people since my initial days of my career. Right now, I am with the Skill Council of Mining Sector since June 2020, the last 3 years, and you may be aware about the skill ecosystem. There are 37 sector skill councils which are formed under the aegis of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and we are supported by FIMI, Federation of Indian Metal Industries, and I take care of the skilling programs across mining locations, whether open cast mines or underground mines, and we have around 46 qualification files, job roles, where we develop and certify the chiefly the blue collar community people. We also get funds from the PM-KVY Yojana and also from the CSR fund of the industries to train and employ the local mining affected persons, or we call PAPs, project affected persons. And recently we have also got tie-up with the DMFT, District Mineral Foundation Trust, which is formed under the Mining Act and regulations. We get funding from these district governments, where we again train and develop the local people to make them employable, skillful. So these are the a quick snapshot what we do, and we are successful in getting funds from the collector Angol Odisha and collector Latehar Jharkhand and collector Jahajpur Odisha. I'm again Odisha. So there is no dearth of funds for training and skilling. That's what I can tell you very honestly. Only thing that there is a lack of willingness in the industry or the community or the society who want to develop or train the people, make them empower. So that's what in the nutshell what we do and how do we do. So as we go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you very much. Professor Antaprit Singh, your views on this session, please.
Good afternoon. Three things I would be covering. I will only mention these three things before we pass it on to my colleague, and then we'll individually come back with a more detailed session. So the first thing is, I am not a career academician. I worked for 35 years with Fujitsu Japan, Lucent AT&T, USA, Alcatel Lucent, Tel Labs, and in the latter part of my career as a country head for Reliance Jio for skilling and development in 29 states, a very large workforce of over 46,000 employees and 500,000 sales partners who had to be taught what is LTE, what is voice over LTE, what is 4G. And then I worked with Flipkart for some time. Then I started my academic career with Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. For last 1.5 years, I am professor of practice. I also had Center for Digital Innovation with Ford School of Management, New Delhi, which is one of the oldest B schools in the country. I just defended my thesis in IIM Indore on artificial intelligence adoption in HR ecosystems. Of course, defending your thesis at the age of 61 is not an easy job. It took me 4 years to complete my PhD. And then I have to publish also in global journals before I earn my PhD degree, hopefully by December. Three things. First thing is, we are talking about industry 4.0. So if I say 5.0, I mean, what is 3.0? Why 4.0? Why I'm saying 5.0? Number two is, we have a large and a very young human capital in our country. Can we bring AI? If yes, then what is the recipe? I often say that a simplest thing that the way rice is cooked in every home, the recipe is different. Even the yellow dal is made in every home, the recipe is different, taste is different. So as a country, India or Bharat, whatever you want to say, the recipe has to be different for AI adoption. Keeping in view a very young, energetic human capital we have, what about their career aspirations? We have to be, it's different. I often hear the argument when computers came, no job was replaced, but the scenario is not the same. AI has the potential to replace jobs, but can we afford it in a country where we have a young, with a median age of 27, 28 years, vast human capital? Third point, we have a multi-generational workforce. We have even 3 generations working in a company. Somebody 60, 62 years, someone 38, 40 years. Figuratively, I mean, if you take a gap of 20 years, then the generation changes. And somebody, a young 22, 23 years. 3 generations, 3 different mindsets, 3 different orientations towards AI. How do we take these organizations and our country forward? And we are going to be 3rd largest economy in the next 3-4 years. So what would be the solution? So when we say America and India is AI, no, I don't agree. We have to have our own, not American recipe, completely our own recipe, keeping in view the challenges which we have. US may have an aging workforce. Europe has an aging workforce. We have a young workforce. We retire at 60 because we don't allow people to work till 68, 70, unlike US, because we have to let people join the workforce. Otherwise, how will they do that? So these are some of the things I will discuss in a very simple way. And I keep things simple. My thesis topic, the title was very simple. If you look at the thesis topics of academicians, तो आपको 2 दिन तो लगेंगे समझने में पहले टाइटल का मतलब क्या है. So I kept it very simple, artificial intelligence adoption in an organizational ecosystem. That's very simple to understand. Okay, so over to you, sir.
Professor Subramanian, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am representing Sharda Group of Institutions, Agra and Mathura region. So I am heading the Institute Industry Interface program of Sharda Group of Institution, connecting the industries, corporate and government sectors for promoting the technological innovations responsible for research and innovation startup incubation programs. I have been in this field for more than 22 years of experience in this field, promoting the startups, innovations, especially the Industry 4.0 ecosystem in collaboration with Uttar Pradesh UPIT startup policy, where the main thrust areas are on electronics, embedded and IoT systems, basically. And we have been carrying out a lot of case studies, especially the Indian MSMEs who are able to digitally transform the manufacturing transformations using Industry 4.0 technologies. And we have a lot of used case studies, especially in the field of agriculture, where there are nano fertilizers has been used, nanotechnology has been used in the field of Industry 4.0. So I will be discussing in today's presentation about a spectrum of the technologies and the used cases where we see a huge digital transformations has occurred in India, especially in the Indian MSMEs, promoting the Industry 4.0 culture ecosystems. There are a lot of cases where the digital readiness tool has been applied for the MSMEs, where they are able to successfully increase their productivity, lessen their return of investment, increase the quality, and increasing the skill factor also. So I would be discussing in my presentation basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And in fact, all our 3 domain experts have opened a very sort of, I will say, the Pandora of the challenges, particularly Professor Antapreet Singh, because being largest, population of the world in our country, and we need basically labor intensive, manufacturing basis, wherein we're able to employ more and more youth so that they're able to join mainstream as soon as they enter the the career trajectory. But at the same time, as rightly said, that probably Industry 4.0 or some of these automation tools may disrupt the job prospects of our the youth workforce. So how to keep them abreast using the skills which are futuristic skills, which are emerging skills, particularly from the lens of Industry 4.0 when we're talking of AI, IoT, and smart manufacturing. So with this, now I'll request Mr. Sanjay Sharma from the Skill Council in mining sector. In fact, I had the opportunity to had a discussion with him in our earlier conference also, I think around 6 months back. And I was surprised to see in terms of they have in fact taken a lot of strides in order to scale the youth. And they are in fact in sync with Industry 4.0, dynamics also. So I think we should have it from the horse's mouth itself. So I'll request Sharma Sahab to kindly show your presentation of the August audience, please.
Yeah. So we'll quickly run through the whatever I put my thoughts. Can you move next?
Slides into
You can give it changer.
Slides into
So again, just a nutshell, we are promoted by FIMI and recognized by NCVT as a awarding body. And our ministries are Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We are non-statutory agency for certifying the mining workforce on 47 job roles like dumper operator, skirt operator, mine mechanic, mine fitter, you name anything in the mines required to be train the people on these categories. And we work through the battery of training partners and assessment agencies. So we have a 2 arm, one execute the training program at the site, and second Indian party comes when the training is over, they just assess and certify them through our skill council ecosystem. We have a galaxy of around 71 master trainers and 48 certified master assessors, and with many certification, because one person can do in different multiple job roles as it becomes certified. maybe if anyone in this group is from the mining industries core or any industries, if a retired person or working person, they want to become trainer with us, they're most welcome to connect with me, maybe after the session. So we can have, we can leverage your knowledge bank and experience in developing the people. And since December 13 till date, we have trained around 1,92,000 and 80% people are certified. There are some dropouts, some people could not do the training programs. And by default, all these CEOs of sector skill councils, we have, I told 37 councils, we are designated as joint apprentice advisors. So we also, whatever programs we have, they fall under the category of optional apprentices. So people, any industry can employ those people also. So moving to the next slide. It is just again nutshell of the how do we work. We work with the support of line supporting ministry, Ministry of Mines, GSI, Indian Bureau of Mines, and IITIs in Dhanbad, and SIMFAR also on our board. Then we have again training partners and assessment agencies, and NCVT is our regulating body, which I told you in the last slide. Moving to next is our how do we function? About councils. Our chairman is Mr. Pankaj Kumar Satija, is the MD Tata Steel Limited, and now we draw members from many industries, whether it is a coal or Hindalco or maybe the NLC, the NALCO, ACC. That we have people on board for the industries, so we cater to their requirement as well. We do not run programs at our own wish. We do involve them in validating our course contents, what they're looking forward, what changes they're anticipating in view of whatever technology we are talking right now. So we develop the contents and the all the course curriculum, and then we execute programs for the affected people. So moving to maybe this again, we have Professor Dheeraj also from IIT ISM Dhanbad, and then SIMFAR, Mr. Dr. J.K. Singh also here with us. Next slide. So, and then we have one nominee director from NSGC, Mr. Mohit Mathur also. They also oversees our business. We are following all the required mandate given to us from the MSG and or the NCVT or the NSGC. Moving next, just couple of the our knowledge partners with whom we work associate, mostly from Australian government, and we are talking to them. We can call them for any assessment or any development of good training center institute. And TechSpin is recently added to our domain, which is a startup of 100 crore rupees with the IIT ISM Dhanbad. So we do involve them for any better program, good program, maybe for senior level executive programs in the mining industries. Moving next, this is just, left side indicates our tie-up with the universities, the Medhavi, the Sangam, the Pacific, and the AKS Satna MP. So they are also now taking our job roles, job contents, and they are trying to, about diploma mining people, they're trying to teach them our job roles because these are not required as per the new education policy. There are some credits are given for these courses. So these universities have shown interest, and we are adding some more universities so that people are vocationally trained besides their whatever they do diploma or the engineering. And then we are getting to many industries, many industry of mining, all big clients we are serving. Moving to next, just a number to give you. Again, we have trained around 192,000 people as on 1st September. On call and non-call, everything, every program is there, government funded or non-government funded. Just a figure comparison available on our website also. Moving to next, a quick glance. You may not understand, or you may not. Sorry, a little back. These are our job roles, the qualification files on which we train the project affected people, the unemployed youth, maybe the 10th class, maybe the school dropout, maybe the local youth who are affected by the mining acquisitions. So we need to train them to make them employable in the same mines, either directly or through MDOs or their contractors. Okay, this is available on website. I will not spend much time on this. This is the type of training we undertake. One is the recognition of prior learning, the people who may not be qualified academically. So we just go to industry and do a program of 3 days to 10 days and certify them as per the mission of Modi ji and government and skill ministry. One is the long-term program where we do a programs for ranging from 3 months to 6 months to 1 year to 1.5 years, where it is majorly it is a residential program, and where we train people on the major job roles like dumper operator, like it is or excavator operator, where we set up complete laboratory. We do hire actual machineries, whether it's an excavator or dumper of 120-ton capacity or whatever you can think. Imagine the bigger dumpers which you not supply on the main on the public roads. It has to be trained in the close and enclosed and mining only. We do involve here the use of virtual reality, what our last speaker told. So we have set up one lab at Jaspur, our training center. I'll show a small picture where people learn through the virtual training. So it reduces the cost of training as well as safety is zero. So virtual, they just feel as if they're sitting in the cockpit or they're sitting in the chassis. I mean, in the cabin of the truck or dozer, and they just do all the operations. All the operations can be recorded. Log sheets are generated, and they can be assessed. Test 1, 10 marks, say out of 20. Test 2, say 12 marks. They improve. So this gives a lot of confidence. They are learning skills through this VR technology, and then they are put on the actual machineries for training and learning. Okay, so these programs take a longer duration, and you will surprised to know that for long-term training program, we spent not less than 1.25 lakhs rupees per training. He may be 10th class or 11th class. Can you imagine the fund available, the amount of energy, the amount of the push we have, the skill council. Mining is a very toughest, organization, but highly paid organizations, but remote locations. We may not be present pan-India like other sectors councils of mining, limited area, limited geography, and hardship is there. You don't have the comfort of metro cities or small cities. So these programs we do, and we have a good success stories of executing programs for developing people internally. I mean, Indian, Bharatiya लोगों को हम तैयार करते हैं. Example, just 1 second. When I was Hindustan Zinc, we trained around 238 jumbo drill operators. The machine is used only in the underground mines in Hindustan Zinc. The machine cost not less than 9 crore rupees. So we were hiring experts from Peru and China to operate the machines. You can understand the cost of hiring expert in a year. Too high. So then our CEO was very focused. Let us develop our Rajasthan people, local people, and people, and that the cost reduced drastically. I mean, drastically reduce the cost. And that people are still getting salary not less than 40,000 plus bonus as Grisha, not less than 80,000 a year. Have you ever heard the bonus at the rate of 80,000 per year to a dumper operator or a mine electrician, mine welder? This what? Yes, we have given them skill. We have given them training. We have invested money and time. And with all these, whatever technology we have. So that is the power of skilling and training. So moving to next is just a survey report from PwC. The projected manpower requirement in mining is not less than 8,50,000, including ancillary activities. So there is a demand is coming up. Whether AI comes, AI doesn't come, the demand will always be there. Certain things have to be done. We might take many years as compared to Australia, other countries, where they will have entire remote control systems. I was having information from Australia where the people operate mines, 100 dumpers, they run automatically, remotely controlled from Perth or 100 kilometers from the mines. There is no manpower. The machines are working automatically. So these things can come in India also. And I will quickly skip the next slide. This is just our success stories. Where do we programs? Moving next, Northern Coffee Limited. We did a program for around 480 people, including 20% diversity. Even the girls have come into now the role of mine electrician, mine welder, and mine mechanic. Can you imagine the girls go पाने लेके अपना वो engine ठीक कर रही हैं या machine ठीक कर रही हैं? So thanks to the diversity, thanks to the young generation who are now, they want to work कंधे से कंधे मिला के काम करना चाहती है. बहुत बढ़िया बात है. Everybody is now getting employed in the company or the adjoining contractors. Next story, Hindustan Zinc, which I have already just told you on this jumbo drill machines. Then before that, it was a project at before that, one slide back. This is in DMF, the State Mineral Foundation Trust, where we train around 150 candidates. Now they are rightly placed and they're earning good salary, 12,000 to 20,000 rupees in Angul. Moving next, this is the Latehar program. Next slide. Latehar, this was a media coverage. I will skip because of the time. So the people are trained. Here we put simulator also. We have very good manufacturers in India also who make a good simulators with complete mechanical sensations. People can learn how to operate the machines, and they feel the complete with the joysticks and the screens are there. They will feel as if they're driving the machine in the ramps or in the mines area. This is the next is just a picture of MOU signed with the collector of the Jaspur. Moving next, again a good thing. Next slide. This is a special program we ran for the 30 girls in Moyle CSR fund. The girls, they have been trained on the rig mounted drill operation post. So I mean, it will not work. So girls have come up and single batch of 30. The Moyle had requirement of this community, so we have trained this community. Moving to next. Recently, next please. We just signed an MOU with the Odisha, who have a vision, to make a world-class mining center of excellence where we can train. And Odisha is the top state in terms of the mineral, in terms of the revenue, in terms of district mineral foundation. Upfront is there. So Odisha, I must appreciate, the first state I have seen ever come across, very, very proactively supporting. The ministry also keep on calling us. The very good support from Odisha and very good free hand given to all of us. So we just signed recently on 25 August. So we are working out how to bring new technology, new simulators, new systems from Australia or elsewhere. Next, we can skip. And my next. This is the for AI. This you must have undergone this kind of course here and there. So I will again skip. I will now take 5 minutes to cover what is being done by the Ministry of Development Entrepreneurship, because you should know what is happening. The experts can tell you about the AI, the machine learning, the what's happening, all ins and outs of the things paper. But what is happening? So let me just tell you, the draft report is prepared. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has launched an umbrella program called AI. Okay. And moving to next slide, the committee is made to identify the areas and sub-areas around AI, develop a basic course on AI and data science, which can be taught in the ITIs. This is what government is thinking, also in the top of it. Devise a strategy with proper timelines for the training of trainers who will teach these courses related to AI. This is also required. And the report will cover the entire life cycle of creating qualification to TOT, that training of assessors and teachers. Moving to next is the important one. This who will be affected? We all will be affected, all generations. Like since I pointed out, young generation, new generation. हम लोग भी आज अगर वेटरन से बैठे हैं तो हम लोग को भी आज आना चाहिए. We cannot ask our बेटा हमारे टिकट बुक कर दे, बेटा हमारा ये कर दे, हम कुछ भी कर दें. So there are 3 categories they have defined, the ministry, for all. All end users like us sitting, those who may not be interested in academics or doing PhD or doing MTech or BTech in the engineering. But we should know. So they are planning a basic digital literacy skills for, we can use the simple gadgets like whether the TV or the mobile or whatever comes our way. Then comes the category 2, many. Many means the individuals who seek digital fluency to enhance productivity, utilize AI tools and grasp AI applications. So this is second category. Many is all is a larger community. Many is little reduced, where the engineers were like people who will be focusing on this kind of courses. Even this will start from the school onwards, class 6 onwards. So they have also dedicated hours to be taught in the school, like 60 hours in the class 6 onwards, and then ITIs, IT and non-ITIs up to 150 hours will be imbibed in the course contents. Then few is again the top notch, where the experts who has to be digitally mastered. So what things are may throw the light on these points. So this is the 3 categories the government is planning a scheme to launch to educate and to make them this gadget friendly on the systems. Okay. Moving to next, the role of NCVT and AICT and UGC, they are all regulatory bodies. They will enable all skilling by establishing guidelines with standards for AI education. They will encourage all colleges to incorporate our qualification, what I have shared you 47 qualification files, and align with AI courses, develop faculty training programs, teachers training, infrastructure, what kind of things we require for these programs, and to foster collaboration with all these stakeholders. This about role of NCVT, AICT and UGC. Next, because I belong to mining में AI का क्या काम हो रहा है, just at a nutshell, Rio Tinto, they are using for the operation and safety of mines, optimizing energy, then BHP again Australia to boost productivity. They're doing all data identifying energy saving issues. Barrick Gold Corporation Canada, they're also using AI in the mine exploration. ABB Global is also using for fast repairs and removing unnecessary maintenance that might be a safety risk. See the level of AI where it is going on. अभी हमारा कोई बंदा जाएगा A to Z सब चेक करेगा ये ठीक है ये ठीक है ये ठीक है AI will give you go straight away this point not start of the A or Z you just go to the next point I mean commerce it means these are the top mining institutions we are using AI and then one or two more slides in HR the last madam also spoke Madam Datta I think she already spoke on hiring so being HR we have seen the fruit of this all these technology this is being used on right from attracting to hire to engage to retain develop grow these are all common terms so I need not to explain in details everybody must experience in their respective your job profile or wherever you are working so this is always there and moving to next just one data is very alarming supporting also it says that Indian labor market will witness a 22% job churn compared to 23% worldwide. And Indian labor market will be led by AI and machine learning, 38%, followed by data analysts and scientists. Those who are still studying, learning, they can still focus. Yes, there is a huge scope of learning and becoming a data analyst or the machine learning expert. And maybe the last slide, the World Economic Forum also, what they are forecasted. There is a current gap between demand and supply at the rate of around 51%. Okay. And by next year, the estimated demand for AI data science professional in India might reach over 1 million. So huge. कोई पूछता है साहब यही होगा तो नौकरी चले जाएगी नौकरी खत्म हो जाएगी ऐसा नहीं है नौकरी तो मिलेगी लोग चाहिए बनाने वाले और जो रूल्स हैं जो भी हैं मशीन लर्निंग वाले हैं डेटा साइंटिस्ट हैं इन सब की जरूरत हमेशा पड़ेगी और ये जरूरत पड़ेगी बेसिकली क्या होगा जिनका एक्सपीरियंस बैंड जरूरत 5 साल या 5 से 10 साल का बैंड है उन लोगों की ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ेगी मींस यंग टैलेंट व्हाट सिंह साहब हैज आल्सो टोल्ड यू तो यंग जनरेशन के लिए भी बहुत स्कोप है और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड इज सिंपल इंग्लिश है नथिंग ग्रेट ऑन दिस तो इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ टाइम आई वुड लाइक टू टेक स्टॉप यू हियर and any question answer we can discuss offline when I'm out of this session. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for giving a overview of the skill mining council you are doing. In fact, excellent work, and definitely in most of your presentation that what we saw, there was a lot of integration of industry 4.0 pillars also. Thank you very much. Professor Antapit Singh, sir, your views.
So let's make it quick and quick, short, simple, effective. 3 points I had outlined when I spoke previously. So the whole this half day session is a full day session. In fact, there's a master class after lunch, tech crafting, the future new age solutions for industry. So 3 points as I had outlined. First point is in the industry 4.0. Now we are talking about, is it beginning of an end for 4.0? What does it mean in context of when we say tech crafting for the future? The second is augmentation automation. I'll give one example of a manufacturing scenario where how could we from automation move to augmentation, and third one leading a multi-generational workforce, because that's also very important for tech crafting of the future. So first point, see, we started with industry 1.0. This is not something that somebody announces now we are in 4.0, now we are beginning to have 5.0. This is an evolution as we give these names to generation 1, generation 2, generation 3 for any technology. So historians say that the history of mankind has been completely useless and boring except last 275 years. That is where all innovation happened. So the first innovation, when we talk of 1.0, this is important. How have we come to this point and where would we, and this is accelerating very fast. Invention of steam and how we could use steam, because the efficiency of using steam was less than 10% in 1.0, industry 1.0. And Watson increased the efficiency of using the steam.
And then we moved on to invention of electricity, 2.0. 3.0, we moved on to mass manufacturing, total quality management. 4.0, 1990s, which means it is already 30, and the time span has been shrinking. 150 years to 80 years to 30 years to 20 years to who knows. This AI which we are talking, and if we all are sitting in 2030 and we are talking of industry 6.0, we are talking of something else. Okay, so the time is also shrinking. This is very important for tech crafting the future, that the cycle time is very less. Okay, so 1990s microcontrollers, smart technologies, we started then using Internet of Things. We started, I mean, I just came back from delivering a session for a very large 1 lakh crore turnover PSU, which is using IoT, which is using a lot of technology for managing the countrywide pipeline for gas, for other things. So it's already gone there, where the industry is working with these solutions. And industry 5.0, we say beginning of an end for 4.0 means that the automation is coming into play, and the automation now is different. We can automate using an enterprise software, but that software is a dumb. It doesn't have intelligence. If you want to change, then you have to change the code. If we deploy a software for automation, which can think like we have 86 billion neurons in our brain, the architecture of artificial neuron, in the previous section, they were talking about artificial neural networks. The architecture of a neuron is completely same as human biological neuron, which means that your algorithm can think and change with the experiences, which means the automation, if you give it to an algorithm, it can learn by its own. So of course we have then supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and then in the previous session they spoke about deep learning, where the data is not structured. Let's say HDFC Insurance has 40 lakhs customers. Who eats pizza on Fridays and how can they push some coupon codes? All these patterns are then analyzed by AI, which humans can't do. If they have to do, it will take years to do that. Okay. The second point, so that is what Industry 5.0, and we say that beginning of an end for dumb software, start of intelligent software. Now the idea here is, and I spoke about the recipe, how we can collaborate. They were talking about the rapid fire question, hum aapke hain kaun? I would say nahi, hum saath saath hain. Hum means humans and AI, hum saath saath hain. We are not enemies. And my thesis also focused on collaboration between humans and AI, not competing with each other. And that is where we have to be very, very mindful of the fact that we have tens of crores of young people waiting to get a job. And we cannot bring AI in a way which steals their jobs. So we have to bring AI in a way, we have to tech craft the future in a way that their jobs are there and they are also able to leverage the advantage. That is where the challenge which India or the Bharat has is absolutely unique, which no other country in the world has. I don't know, China does things on their own, they don't disclose to the world. They are, I would say India is a very open architecture. We share with the world and the world appreciates it. Okay, so I don't know, China has a similar human capital, but they, during COVID, they would say that we just have 3,000 cases and the world laughed on them. We said we have 4 lakh cases in a day or whatever, and the world appreciated. Right. So the second point is, let me give you an example of, I'll finish in 3-4 minutes. So let's say there is a company which has a paint shop. Let's say 12 painters are working there. Very simple thing for all of you to understand. And they come in shifts. Now, some part is done by AI. The paint mixing, what ingredients, that AI controls. And they mix the paint and give it to painters. And they are then spraying the painted parts. Now a manager comes, a new manager comes, says, no, let's bring in AI for the robotic arm to paint everything. Let's fire these 12 painters.
Painters have families. They have relatives, they have parents. One job loss affects maybe 50 people, right? So what is the solution? Do we fire the painters? Bring AI? It will save us money, definitely. Is that the right solution? But it will create social problems. It will create ethical problems. It will bring unrest in the country. Maybe we have to spend 10 times more on law and order in that case. The other solution, which is augmentation, let us define the boundaries. Hum saath saath hain. Let's give that part to AI. And when it comes to maybe some part where there are very intricate parts, we give to robotic arm to paint. Rest is done by humans, and there is a collaboration. That's a wonderful solution. We have taken advantage of AI, and we have also taken advantage of our young human capital. And practically no job. I'm not saying that if the jobs are given to AI, then you have to redeploy the same painters. Maybe you think that there can be some other places where you can redeploy painters, but then those jobs are gone, and where the painters are deployed, maybe those jobs could have gone to freshers or youngsters who are waiting. This can be a very long session. We can spend a full day, 2 days to think of all technical issues. Technical is easy to understand because there is a definitive solution. This behavioral, psychological, social, ethical is very tough. It is easy to talk. But think of, in a plant, you are laying off 500 jobs and bringing in AI, saving money. What about the law and order problem it will create in that city? Lot many things. You have to think like a collector. You have to think like a minister. You have to think like a PM, not just like a technologist. What all problems it will be there. Then there is a lot of technology-induced anxiety. This is one of the major themes of my PhD also. Lack of control of people over jobs, because AI is there and I don't have any control. Everything is automated. Lack of human touch. I used to talk to my manager. I used to talk to my fellow workers. Now AI is not letting me do anything. Many other things are there. Third point, and then I finish, and then my colleague takes over, and then we all go for lunch. Okay. Multi-generational workforce. And I spoke about 3 generations. Now, in my research, I saw that one of the major enablers of AI there were 3 large brands I researched, very popular brands. One is in FMCG, fast moving consumer goods, one in e-commerce, one of the largest names in the world, and the third one in telecom software solutions. And what I found was that digital natives, and we call digital natives the people who have grown up in an age. अभी हम क्या करते हैं, बच्चा तंग कर रहा है, इसको टैब पकड़ाओ, वो टैब पे कार्टून लगा दो, बच्चा चुप कर जाता है, वो टैब पे खेलना शुरू कर देता है, isn't it? So the generation which has grown up in a time when WWW, the World Wide Web, the internet also grew. So they grew in that age. They are digital natives. The optimism of digital natives is a huge enabler of adoption of AI in an organizational system. But then digital immigrants, when we talk of 60 plus stage, 40 plus stage, 20 plus stage, all 3 stages bring their own experiences, they have their own strengths. Whereas technology adoption, the optimism of digital native will be an enabler. Whereas on the experience side, you can look up to 60 plus if they are in that workforce. So the challenge also is, when we are tech crafting the future, that we have to see a solution which we carry the entire workforce forward. We can't say कि आप तो 60 के हैं, आप तो 62 retirement age, आप 2 साल छोड़ो, आपने क्या काम करना है. We can't say that. There's a lot of experience which they've grown in that company. For 30 years they've worked. They know the solutions. They know the problems. They know what is to be done. So you have to leverage their experience. You have to leverage the optimism of digital natives. You have to also see the ones who are digital natives but will cross over to digital immigrants, the second generation, and that multi-generation solution. So to end, I would say that this is not as easy, that this requires very thorough thinking. This requires a country-wide strategy, an ethical framework. Very nicely, Sanjay Sharma ji spoke about the country-wide skilling in a particular sector, and including AI. Similar strategy has to be adopted. So this requires a very, very comprehensive, and I would rather say that there should be a ministry of AI adoption for the country. And this is not a joke. This should really be done. Ministry of AI adoption in the country, which takes care of ethical issues, which takes care of multi-generational issues, which takes care of augmentation issues, which takes care of automation issues, which takes care of what kind of AI solution we should have. Cricket was started by Britishers 200 years, whatever number of years earlier. Now we play cricket by our own style. We've grown IPL, we've become number one. Of course, now you will say, no, don't say number one. We are getting beaten up. But we've become one of the major force in the world. Same way for AI. We don't have to look to USA for AI solutions. Yes, technology, we can collaborate with them. There are a lot of open architectures, but we have to develop solutions which meet, that is Industry 5.0, this criteria which I just narrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. It was a very, very, plain speak from your heart, and in fact, very, very encouraging and very futuristic also. Thank you very much. I'll request Professor Subramaniam to kindly share his presentation with the august audience, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So let me quickly go through the synopsis of the presentation: Economy of India, Digital MSMEs. So in my presentation, I will be carrying out the case study on cobots and manufacturing transformations in Industry 4.0 in India, especially with the Indian MSMEs. Moving next. In my presentation, I will be carrying about the economy of India, digital MSMEs, and digital transformation case studies, especially the cobots and way forward. So this is how the globe sees a new age India, where India becomes the global growth engine in the green economy. So India remains the world's fastest growing largest economy. India's GDP for the April to June quarter 2023 grew by 7.8% to rupees 40.4 trillion and remains the fastest growing largest economy. India rated as a highly an investment land where there is a macroeconomic indicators are there. In fact, the manufacturing, the PMI index, we call it as a purchasing manufacturing index, has reached a level of 5.8 compared to 5.7 in July. So we are moving towards ahead of achieving the excellence in digital manufacturing transformations. So this is what the MSME are the catalyzing factors for the growth of the Indian nation. There we have got 63 million small and medium enterprises are there. And Indian MSME base is the second largest in the world. And the MSME sector contributes for 29% of the India's GDP. And government plans to take up to 50% in the next 5 years. And these are the strategies for the MSME, basically innovation, go to market, and also there are a lot of partnership with the large and medium enterprises in India. So, Government of India, especially the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, has initiated a scheme called the Common Research and Technology Development Hub Scheme, where it will connect the MSMEs, it will fund the MSMEs to innovate and set up a pilot plant and promote the innovations and research and development and product development facilities also for the MSMEs basically. So this is how it shows that this is the business model which has been provided by the DSIR, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, where it builds the MSME to have a self-sustainability model through the IPR innovations, demonstrate the pilot plants in the manufacturing setup and the research laboratories. So we are progressing in the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant India, the 5 pillars which we know that building up the infrastructure, vibrant demography and demand, and in fact benefiting the Indian MSMEs and industries, and there are several sectors also. So digital MSME being a very major initiative of Indian MSME to promote the cloud computing technologies and building up the IT infrastructure in the Indian MSMEs basically. So there are a lot of opportunities in the MSME digital age to tackle the problem technologically, and funding opportunities leveraging the technology for the startup environment. In fact, MSME has come out with a scheme called hackathons, especially promoting the startup ideas in the academic institutions basically. And in 2023, they have promoted the women innovators to women to promote the idea and prototype and proof of concept development through the hackathon 3.0. So the government of India has taken a lot of initiatives in industry 4.0 through Make in India and the Samrat Udyog Bharat 4.0. There are a lot of steps initiated by the government of India in implementing the industry 4.0, such as policy for artificial intelligence, policy for Internet of Things, and policy for smart manufacturing, Center of Excellence in IT for Industry 4.0, which is established in National Productivity Council, Government of India in Delhi. So this is a pilot project of Industry 4.0 in the country, where the Indian Railways have collaborated with the Department of Science and Technology and IIT Kanpur to manufacture the smart coaches, digital smart coaches, where there are a lot of IoT-based, cloud computing-based products has been installed with the real-time monitoring of the passengers also basically. So this is the smart India has first smart factory which is established in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, where it has got augmented reality, virtual reality, robots, and a lot of industry 4.0 technologies has been implemented in the smart factory, and promoting the skill development through MTech and PhD programs in IIT Bangalore, through which the industry 4.0 has been inculcated in among the students also. So World Economic Forum, we are among the global leaders in saying that we are one among the country. We are having a World Economic Forum Center of Excellence in Mumbai, Maharashtra, where it promotes the industry 4.0 through blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, and the drone technologies also. So digital manufacturing strategies are being implemented in Indian industries through lean manufacturing, total productive maintenance, sustainable green manufacturing, operation excellence, and reduction in lead time also. So let me talk about the collaborative robots in my case study, where there are challenges in the conventional manufacturing systems because of the safety, precision, real-time monitoring, and also optimizing the supply chain and the real-time monitoring maintenances. So manufacturing is continuously changing in India, starting from the conventional manufacturing to the cobots. So this is how the smart e-factory looks like, where there are a lot of essential components of Industry 4.0, such as predictive maintenance, augmented reality, virtual reality, computer mission technology, and wearables and blockchain technologies has been implemented in India through the smart factories. This is the first robot, industrial robot, which was invented in 1937, where we got a crane-like devices, but there are a lot of access are there. Now we are moving to the attractive opportunities for the collaborative robot. The market is expected to achieve a CAGR of 48.1% through the adoption of collaborative robots. And this is the ease of doing business, ease of doing work with the collaborative robots, easy programming, fast step, and flexible deployment. And collaborative robots are very safe and fastest payback period for the collaborative robots. They're able to achieve industrial excellence through different applications like packaging and piloting, material handling, process talks and assembly, and etc. So this is how a case study which I wanted to share it with you, that a lot of collaborative robots have been implemented in Indian MSMEs. This is one such the Indian MSME called the SMEW Textile Machinery. Using the collaborative robots, they have increased their efficiency by 300%. Could you please play the video? Play video. Okay.
To Ahmedabad, India's fastest growing city. This small city is home to some of India's biggest textile manufacturers. An industry that was established here as early as the 19th century.
The entrepreneurship talent over here was able to bring the mechanized manufacturing almost 140 years ago. I am Ashish Nagarkar, Managing Director with SMEW Textile Machinery Private Limited. We are a textile machine manufacturer based in Ahmedabad, India. SMEW was started in 1958 and it's been our family business since then. We make textile winding machines. Our main product is the soft packet winding machine, the rewinding machine, and some customized machines for winding as well. Gone from MSME to SME, which is a small and medium scale enterprise, from micro scale enterprise.
In January 2017, SMEW Machinery decided to purchase and deploy the UR10 cobot by Universal Robots.
A universal robot with its simplicity and non-fencing requirement met our requirements specifically for this machine. The UR10 robot is basically being used for a pick and place application. Our operators find it very, very easy to use. It's on a different level as far as operator friendliness is concerned. The safety features were the most important part. The second important fact was the UR10 robot has a 360-degree movement in all the directions, which a normal industrial robot would not have. And that was one of the reasons why it could move in a very constrained space. The advantage with this application for us is that we are able to run the machine for much longer hours than what we would be doing using human labor. Before the robot was installed, we were making about 30 pieces a week. Now we are able to go from 30 pieces to almost 80 to 90 pieces per week. So that's a jump of almost 3 times. It's been very good for us because the return on investment is less than 12 months. We hope to have a long-term relationship with Universal Robots. We look forward to investing in more robots in the future and working along with the robots together.
Job.
So this is what the beauty of the collaborative robots, which increases the productivity, safety, and also it works collaboratively with the human workforce also basically. And this is the smart manufacturing gains for Bajaj Auto. They have installed around 150 collaborative robots in their assembly lines. And this is the training initiatives by Government of India and industry associations like PhD Chamber of Commerce has been every year they have been promoting the Industry 4.0 technology through the summit and conclave, where it attracts a lot of MSMEs, Industry 4.0 experts and academia to come in one platform to promote the Industry 4.0 technology in India. And this is the world's first, I'll quickly go through that. This is the world's first revolutionary nano urea plant which has been established in the Gujarat for promoting the nanotechnology based solutions for the Industry 4.0. And the need for smart farming in India, it is because Indian farming practices rely on seasonal patterns. And I would like to show a case study on a company called Lay's, where the PepsiCo has implemented the Industry 4.0 technology for smart farming. Could you please play the video? Video. Bottom. Video.
Due to global climate change, the planet is experiencing extreme and unpredictable weather conditions, which are posing as a threat to Indian agriculture because our farming practices are heavily reliant on seasonal patterns. I think there's no pattern anymore. Our age-old knowledge is irrelevant. The only way to farm now is to inspect every crop every single day to add to their struggle. Farmlands in India are spread over distances of 20 kilometers, making everyday monitoring humanly impossible. Lay's partners with 27,000 farmers to procure potatoes, which means their problem is our problem. So to solve this, Lay's collaborated with government and leading satellite agencies to create smart farms. A platform that uses satellite imagery and remote sensing to build an early warning system. We have trained the AI with data from the last 4 years of over 3,000 hectares of land contract farms by overlaying live satellite image onto historical data combined with weather time. It analyzes factors that affect growth patterns of the crop. For instance, the variation in green indicates the intake of nitrogen. Gradients of yellow show signs of water stress. Unevenness of crop indicates signs of disease, among many more. We simplify all this information for the farmer as color codes and share it as an early morning to their smartphones. It captured every detail. It even recognized that I had a quality sprinkler. It detected early signs of light debris and warned me 7 days in advance.
So I'll quickly, because of the time factor, I'll quickly go through the slides. So this is what the India's cognitive skills puts India as a global leader in artificial intelligence. India stands among the first in the AI skill penetration and first in the AI talent concentration, as well as the fifth in the AI scientific publications also basically. So nearly we are having in India, there are 60 startups in generative AI that shows the capability of the Indian talent pool to develop the AI-based systems in India. And in fact, I would like to say that we are having the 3D printed India's first post office built by the robotic arm in 45 days with a cost of 23 lakhs in India. And these are the thanks to the digital outcomes of the responsible research innovation in India, where there is a case study on the Bhashini, which is a step to achieve the national language translation mission based on artificial intelligence technology, which has been developed by the I would like to play a video on this one. This is the first AI-based product which has been developed in India. It's a multi-language model.
भाषाओं को जोड़ने की भाषा डिजिटल इंडिया को सबकी भाषा में उपलब्ध कराएगी भाषा अपनी भाषा में योगदान कर रहे हैं एआई तकनीक उपयोग कर रहे हैं सबकी भाषा से अपनी भाषा में गर्व से जुड़ेगा इंडिया अब अपनी भाषा में ज्ञान बढ़ेगा मातृभाषा का मान बढ़ेगा जन जन का कल्याण बढ़ेगा भारत का सम्मान बढ़ेगा क्योंकि अब अपनी भाषा में बोलेगा सुनेगा लिखेगा और पढ़ेगा इंडिया आइए मिलकर भाषा काम करें भाषी को साकार करें
So this is the initiative of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to develop the first AI product in India.
Yeah. So in the interest of time,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Subramanian, we can
These
come to the conclusion.
these are the technology development centers which is available in India to promote the industry 4.0 technology. And this is the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which promotes the industry 4.0, especially for the institutions and universities in promoting the industry 4.0, like big data, cloud computing, 3D printing, and technologies. Thank you so much.
So I'll request our speakers to be kindly with us during lunchtime also, so that if there are any queries from the delegates, they can be one-to-one with them. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor Antrapit Singh, Mr. Sharma, Professor Senthil, for sparing your time and sharing your insights with us. As a small token of appreciation, we have a memento from PhD Chamber. Thank you very much, sir.
So nice, very nice. This is awesome. Yes. It was a wonderful present. Can we have access to the possible? Yes, sir. Only for education. Yes. I will wait for your bills. No, no, I'm giving it. Sure, sir. Yes.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting this very, very important session.
Power and might of the resurgent
बाहर बुला लो सबको बाहर से बुला लो Please sit in the inner circle, please. You can come inside. Yeah, please settle down. We are starting this session. Zoom. So, ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to actually understand the practical part of whatever we have learned in the morning session. So we have Mr. Nitin Jain, who is a co-founder of business and also co-chair of New Age Business Committee at PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He'll be giving a masterclass on demand and supply forecasting for MSMEs using AI models. Now, this is nothing but hands-on experience that will give actual insights at how using some of the AI models we can save a lot of time, we can save a lot of even manpower also to come to a very, very qualitative as well as quantitative data. So, sir, I'll request you if you can start the proceedings.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm just waiting for the. Sorry, how many of you look at your historical 1 year or 2 year sales data, yeah, inventory data? How many of you are manufacturers? Just one? How many of you work for a manufacturing company or, a part of a manufacturing company? Okay. Yeah. So then I will, make my session such that it's addressing everyone. I mean, which industry just randomly do you work for, sir? Power sector में क्या करते हैं sir आप? Distribution करते हैं. आप power बेचते हैं. Okay, understood. हाँ जी? Retail में. तो क्या होता है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में हिंदी इज ओके फॉर एवरीवन आई एम अज्यूमिंग, राइट? सो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा डेटा होता है. अब डेटा बहुत तरीके का हो सकता है. एक हो सकता है इन्वेंट्री डेटा. अब इन्वेंट्री आपके पास तीन तरीके की होती है. एक होती है रॉ मटेरियल इन्वेंट्री, एक होती है आपके पास वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस एंड एक होती है आपके पास फिनिश गुड्स. ये तीन तरीके की इन्वेंट्री हर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट में होती है. तो बहुत कम ऐसे बिजनेसेस हैं जो कि हिस्टोरिकल डेटा की एनालिसिस से प्रिडिक्ट करते हैं कि सीजनैलिटी वगैरह में आपको कितनी इन्वेंट्री कब चाहिए. वो यूजुअली बड़े रिएक्टिव होते हैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट्स की. अभी मेरे पास पीओ आ गया तो मैं आई विल बाय दिस मच इन्वेंट्री एंड सो फोर्थ. दे डोंट एक्चुअली एनालाइज डेटा टू अ लार्ज एक्सटेंट एंड दे डोंट गेट एनालिसिस फ्रॉम दैट डेटा. इसको डेटा साइंस कहते हैं और थोड़ा डेटा एनालिटिक्स कहते हैं, जहां पे आप पास्ट डेटा से थोड़ा प्रिडिक्ट कर पाए कि आपकी फोरकास्ट क्या होने वाला है, आपका इन्वेंट्री कितनी रखनी चाहिए, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. सो पीपल एक्चुअली डोंट एंड अप डूइंग दैट एंड दे लूज आउट, दे लीव मनी ऑन द टेबल बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. अनदर थिंग इज दैट जब आपके पास मान लीजिए कुछ सेल्स डेटा होता है, यू आर वर्किंग फॉर अ लॉट ऑफ क्लाइंट्स एंड आपके पास सेल्स डेटा होता है, यू हैव टू एनालाइज कि किस क्लाइंट को कितने रेट पे बेचा एंड मैं इंप्रूव कैसे कर सकता हूं एंड क्या कर सकते हैं इसके अंदर. So many people actually don't end up doing all of that. So the best use of this is to go to ChatGPT and upload your Excel in whatever way or format and ask it to analyze the data and ask it to give it insight. So many people actually don't end up doing this because they don't understand the full usage of ChatGPT or WhatsApp में भेजा है. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me open up the Zoom link. Then I'll be able to connect. Yeah, मेरा WhatsApp बस खुल रहा है, थोड़ा सा टाइम लगता है. आपको नेट का भी दूं एक्सेस? नेट है तो है मेरे पास. आई एम जस्ट ओके परफेक्ट. जूम में कनेक्ट कर देता हूँ मैं अभी. मेरे को एक्सेस दे दीजिए टू perfect.
Recording in progress.
Hello? Perfect. Okay, so मैंने एक आपको मेरी अगर स्क्रीन दिख रही होगी, मैंने give me 1 second, जूम का है। मेरी स्क्रीन शेयर हो गई? हाँ, ये क्यों नहीं दिख रहा? हाँ ये, बट ये क्यों नहीं दिख रहा?
सर मैं नेट दूसरा कनेक्ट कर
अच्छा, कर दीजिए। परफेक्ट। सो आप में से कितने लोग चैट जीपीटी का एडवांस वर्जन यूज करते हैं? ओके, सो चैट जीपीटी का नॉर्मल चैट जीपीटी कितना यूज करते हैं? कौन कौन यूज करता है? तो एडवांस वर्जन जनरली $20 पर मंथ का आता है, एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स दैट यू विल हैव टू जनरेट इनसाइट्स। तो जो लोग ज्यादा डेटा वगैरह के साथ काम करते हैं और जिनको एनालिसिस चाहिए होती है अपने अपने डेटा के ऊपर, जैसे मैं बहुत ज्यादा यूज करता हूँ चैट जीपीटी का एडवांस वर्जन, बिकॉज उससे उससे बेटर आपके डेटा एनालिसिस वगैरह कोई और टूल कर ही नहीं सकता है, और प्रॉपर एआई डेटा एनालिसिस वगैरह देता है। जैसे ये जो डेटा है, ये मैंने किया है कि रॉ मटेरियल क्वांटिटी कितनी है, रॉ मटेरियल की कॉस्ट कितनी है, WIP की क्वांटिटी कितनी है। अगर आप स्क्रीन देख सकते हैं तो मैं थोड़ा सा जूम इन और कर देता हूं। ओके, थोड़ा जूम इन कर देता हूं तो इसमें
नितिन जी, मेरी आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट है।
जी,
could you also elaborate the how much potential beneficial the pro version or the paid version of chat gpt as compared to the free version?
देखिए बड़ी सिंपल सी बात है, जो आपका फ्री वर्जन है वो बहुत ज्यादा बेसिक है, उसमें सिर्फ 3.5 जीपीटी चलता है, जो कि बहुत ज्यादा पुराना मॉडल है। अब जो लेटेस्ट वाला जीपीटी है वो GPT-4 मॉडल है, और GPT-5 भी कुछ महीनों में आ जाएगा। बट GPT-4 के अंदर बेस्ट पार्ट ये है कि उसके पास डेटा एनालिसिस टूल्स हैं, सो वो बहुत ज्यादा एनालिसिस करके आपको डिटेल में आपको बता सकता है, और उसकी कीमत नहीं, फ्री वर्जन में ये अवेलेबल नहीं है। फ्री वर्जन में आपका एनालिसिस वगैरह नहीं करता है। तो मैं आपको जैसे दिखाता हूं, अगर हम ये देखें तो अगर आप ये देख रहे हैं, सो दिस इज द फ्री वर्जन। फ्री वर्जन में आपके पास GPT 3.5 होता है, क्योंकि मेरे पास पेड वर्जन है, और मैं एक्चुअली फ्री वर्जन भी आपको खोल के दिखाता हूं। मेरे 2 अकाउंट्स हैं, जिसमें एक में फ्री चलेगा, एक में पेड चलेगा। सो दिस इज द फ्री वर्जन। तो इसके अंदर अगर आप देखेंगे GPT-4 जो है आपका लॉक्ड है। अब GPT 3.5 और GPT-4 में उतना अंतर है जितना आपके let's say 6-year-old toddler versus 30-year-old scientist, इतना अंतर है। मतलब मैं आपको एग्जैजरेट नहीं कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि मैंने यूज किया है तो मुझे पता है कैसे। एंड इट इज ओनली 1600 रुपीज पर मंथ। इट इज वर्थ एवरी पेनी। let me highlight that, it is worth every penny. एंड इसमें मैं आपको बस एक एग्जांपल देता हूं। मैंने जीपीटी से बोला कि देखो मैं आज वर्कशॉप करने जा रहा हूं, मुझे एक सैंपल डेटा बना के दे दो, क्योंकि मैं अपना प्रोप्राइटरी डेटा तो शेयर कर नहीं सकता। अब सैंपल डेटा, उसमें मैंने जीपीटी से ये भी बोला कि आप ऐसा करो, सैंपल डेटा बना रहे हो मगर सीजनैलिटी का ध्यान रखना, क्योंकि हर बिजनेस में सीजनैलिटी होती है, तो थोड़ी सीजनैलिटी रख के लेके आना Q1 Q2 Q3 Q4 के अंदर, जब भी आप मेरे को डेटा दे रहे हो, पिछले 3 साल का डेटा दो। ये डेटा उसने विद इन अ मैटर ऑफ सेकंड्स, 10 सेकंड्स जनरेट करके दे दिया मुझे। ये रैंडम डेटा है, जिसमें मैंने उसको बोला कि देखो मैं एक सेशन ले रहा हूं जिसमें रॉ मटेरियल्स, वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस और फिनिश गुड्स के बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहूंगा। तो उसने मेरे को क्वांटिटी दे दी कि इतनी क्वांटिटी मेरी यूज होती है, इतना रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट है, इतना वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस क्वांटिटी है, इतनी वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस कॉस्ट है, और फिनिश गुड्स क्वांटिटी और फिनिश गुड्स कॉस्ट है। तो ये इसने रैंडम सैंपल बना के दिया है, and it has generated a random sample which is monthly random sample I would say for 3 years. ये आप देख सकते हैं इसके अंदर इसने दिसंबर तक कर दिया because forecasting भी कर दिया, but we can just ignore that, that does not matter. So इसने 2021 जनवरी से लेकर दिसंबर तक कर दिया है. तो जीपीटी के अंदर द बेस्ट पार्ट ये है कि आपको इसके अंदर कुछ नहीं करना है. आपको जैसे पेड वर्जन में आपको ये 3 चीजें दिखेंगी, प्लगइन्स, एडवांस डेटा एनालिसिस और डिफॉल्ट. हाँ जी, फुल स्क्रीन ही है शायद. ओके, अभी बेटर है. तो आप अगर GPT 4 पे क्लिक करते हैं, क्योंकि मेरे पास पेड वर्जन है, मैं हर महीने $20 देता हूं, इसके अंदर मैं एडवांस डेटा एनालिसिस पे क्लिक कर सकता हूं और एडवांस डेटा एनालिटिक्स पे मैं अपनी एक्सेल फाइल अपलोड कर सकता हूं, जो भी एक्सेल फाइल है. अब एक्सेल फाइल में मैं अपलोड कर सकता हूं कि दिस कंटेन्स डेटा ऑफ इन्वेंटरी ऑफ माय कंपनी, kindly analyze it and give me charts etc for my analysis and deep dive into giving me insights. अब ये इतनी बढ़िया चीज है, ये खुद डेटा के अंदर जाके खुद कोड वगैरह लिख के सब कुछ करके एनालिसिस देगी और चार्ट वगैरह देगा और इट इज गोइंग टू वर्क अराउंड हाउ व्हाट इज द डेटा, इंटरप्रिटेशन निकालेगा डेटा का अपने आप. आपको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैं तो इतना तक करता हूं, कंपनी की बैलेंस शीट इसको दे देता हूं, उसको बोलता हूं कि एनालिसिस करके दो. ये अपने आप करंट रेशियो से लेकर आपका इन्वेंट्री लेवल्स, एसेट टर्नओवर रेशियो, ये सब कैलकुलेट करके दे देता है. एंड इट कैन ऑल्सो एनालाइज ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ ईयर्स, आपकी 3 महीने 3 साल की बैलेंस शीट लेके कि क्या बेटर था, क्या बेटर नहीं था. तो columns or do you have specific questions in mind? मैं कहता हूं overall trend analysis would be good. अच्छा चलो कोई नहीं, अभी शायद आ जाएगा. And any other good analysis that you may have. तो मैंने बस इंग्लिश टाइप करी है, इसमें आ जाएगा. थोड़ी शायद इंटरनेट का इशू ना हो. Yes. So देखिए, they claim that they don't use the data, but they do. So you'll have to be careful. But आपका डेटा मतलब इतना वो नहीं होना, मतलब it gets in a pool of data. ऐसा हो रहा है कि आप एक बॉटल पैसिफिक ओशन में फेंक रहे हो. अब वो सबके लिए ओपन है, बट किसी के हाथ में आएगी, the answer is really no.
एग्रीगेट डेटा उसमें चला जाता है.
हाँ, एक एग्रीगेट डेटा में चले जाता है. अब ऐसा नहीं है कोई आपके स्पेसिफिक डेटा जी, मनीष जी ने जो डेटा अपलोड किया था उसके बारे में मेरे को बताइए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा. राइट, सो ऐसा है, मतलब oh is it that's coincidence, it's a huge coincidence. I did not know. I think 50% मनीष है तो मेरा ठीक हो गया. बिल्कुल जी. तो ये इंटरनेट कुछ इशू हो गया है. Let me restart my session. Doesn't matter. You can restart it as many number of times. Overall analysis is good, please. तो ये बहुत बढ़िया चीज है कि इसके अंदर आप कुछ भी डेटा अपलोड करो और आपको ये एनालिसिस देना शुरू हो जाएगा और आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछेगा कि क्या चाहिए आपको. राइट, तो ये सबसे पहले कह रहा है लेट मी प्लॉट ट्रेंड. और सबसे बढ़िया बात ये है, अगर गलती करता है तो ये खुद ही करेक्ट कर देता है, आपको करेक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ये खुद ही कहता है मैंने गलती करी है, लेट मी करेक्ट इट. ये फिगर आउट कर लेता है. ऑटो खुद ही लर्न करता है, खुद ही करेक्ट कर देता है. तो आई यूज इट अ लॉट. So we just to let you know, we handle about 1 lakh मतलब 500 raw materials and 1 lakh data points every single day. तो हमें तो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ती है. तो हमने तो इसको इंटीग्रेट कर रखा है अपने एक्सेल शीट्स के अंदर, अपने गूगल शीट्स के अंदर, सब जगह इंटीग्रेट कर रखा है. देखिए मेरे पास सिर्फ 45 मिनट है, तो मैं आपको बड़ा ब्रीफ ओवरव्यू ही दे सकता हूँ. एंड you can reach out to me on LinkedIn if you want to have a deeper session. Then with PhD we can have a deeper session going deep into it. So I have given the same session to CAs and to lawyers and how to interpret their data, and they were very, very amazed about what effects it can have and कितनी जल्दी ये calculate कर सकता है. तो अब ये देखिए इसके अंदर इसने क्या किया है कि ये अपने आप ही, मैंने इसको ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोला है, आपके सामने मैंने इसको बोला है कि इन्वेंट्री ट्रेंड्स बता दो, तो इसने इन्वेंट्री ट्रेंड्स बता दिया कि ये इन्वेंट्री ट्रेंड्स है जी। उसके बाद यहाँ पे रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट बता दिया इसने, राइट। एंड यू कैन आस्क इट एनी क्वेश्चन दैट यू हैव, मतलब ये तो इंटरप्रिटेशन के मतलब आपके क्वेश्चंस के ऊपर है कि आपको चाहिए कि मेरे को आप बहुत सारा डेटा इसको देके बोलो कि मेरे को ये इन्वेंट्री कब खरीदनी चाहिए थी, उसको बहुत सारा डेटा दे दो आप, और फिर आपको एनालिसिस करने की जरूरत नहीं है, ये सारी एनालिसिस करेगा, राइट। एंड इट विल टेल यू दैट यू इसमें इनसाइट्स एंड रिकमेंडेशंस में बड़ी बेसिक है, यू कैन आस्क इट फर्दर क्वेश्चंस में लिखा है यू मे वांट टू इन्वेस्टिगेट व्हाई द रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट एंड क्वांटिटीज आर फ्लक्चुएटिंग, consistencies in this could help you better planning and optimization. इसने काफी बेसिक बोला है, but you can go deep into it. Now एक कोई स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चंस हम पूछ सकते हैं इससे कि मतलब अगर आपके पास सेल्स डेटा है तो किस क्लाइंट पे मेरे को, अगर सेल्स डेटा प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी डेटा है पर क्लाइंट या कॉस्ट डेटा है पर क्लाइंट, यू कैन से दैट मेरे पास 100 क्लाइंट है मगर मेरे पास बैंडविड्थ सिर्फ 80 क्लाइंट को मैनेज करने के लिए है, तो आप 20 क्लाइंट्स मेरे को बताओ जो मैं एलिमिनेट कर सकता हूँ, राइट। सो इट विल टेल यू द टॉप 80 क्लाइंट्स दैट यू शुड रियली कॉन्सेंट्रेट ऑन। नहीं तो आपके पास क्लाइंट डेटा, आप कैसे कह दो उनको कि टॉप 10 क्लाइंट्स मेरे को बताओ जिसके ऊपर मैं कॉन्सेंट्रेट करूं ये डेटा को एनालाइज करके। तो इट इज गोइंग टू रन इट्स ओन एल्गोरिथम्स and give you insights into the top 10 clients that you actually want recommendations for. You know, so these tools are being used extensively by top companies, and unfortunately SMEs are not using it as much. Now the SMEs and even the big companies, a lot of big companies need to start using this if they want to be at par with the startups or with the other larger companies like JSW, JSPL, ये जो Coke वगैरह जो आपने सुबह अटेंड करा था, they are 100% using all AI and ML machine learning models to the core, right? तभी ये ज्यादा प्रॉफिटेबल हो पाते हैं। Now आप जहां पे 2 या 3 लोगों को एम्प्लॉय करोगे, ये आपको 2 सेकंड में आंसर दे रहा है। तो the agenda of this session is to tell you that there are tools, and there are tools which are as simple as writing English and understanding English and getting an answer in English. ChatGPT लोग poems वगैरह यूज करने के लिए करते हैं या फिर कुछ emails वगैरह यूज करने के लिए करते हैं।
नितिन जी, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है।
जी।
If I can interrupt you.
Please.
My question is.
Actually, I would love to answer questions.
Please make it interactive so that we don't sleep after the lunch.
Yes, absolutely.
My question is, अभी तो आपने डाटा खुद अपलोड किया है।
जी।
If I ask for any जैसे अभी जो आपने डेटा एनालाइज किया था बेस्ड ऑन फोरकास्टिंग मॉडल, उसने दिसंबर तक का भी एनालिसिस दे दिया।
जी।
तो इज इट पॉसिबल फॉर द शेयर प्राइस आल्सो? इफ आपने टेक्निकल एनालिसिस करना हो,
100% आप कर सकते हैं, आप इसमें बोल सकते हैं।
बट आई डोंट वांट टू अपलोड द डाटा, आई वांट द चैट
अपने आप कर देगा। ओके, गेट मी डेटा फॉर लेट्स से द स्टॉक ऑफ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट नाउ and show me the chart of the same. देख लेते हैं अगर करता है कि नहीं करता है, बट जनरली ये करता है, बट ये रियल टाइम डेटा नहीं कर पाता है। बट व्हाट यू कैन डू इज दैट आप जैसे गूगल में, राइट, मैंने अभी किया था इनफैक्ट 2 सेकंड पहले, तो मैं आपको दिखा सकता हूं। आप यू कैन यूज समथिंग कॉल्ड गूगल डेटा, मतलब गूगल फाइनेंस। सो गूगल फाइनेंस में आप ये सारा डेटा ला सकते हैं। ये देखिए, मैंने सिंपल यहाँ पे एक फॉर्मूला लिखा गूगल फाइनेंस, और मैंने उसको टिक कर दिया और मैंने उसको बोल दिया इस डेट से इस डेट तक मेरे को सारा डेटा दे दो। अब मेरे को कुछ नहीं करना है। जैसे ये है बलराम चीनी मिल, राइट, आई वर्क अ लॉट इन शुगर, सो आई नीड टू एनालाइज द इफेक्ट्स ऑफ शुगर, राइट। सो मैं उसको कुछ नहीं करूंगा, मैं ये जो डेटा है एक एक्सेल में पेस्ट करूंगा यहाँ पे। तो ये है 2020 से लेकर 2023, मतलब आज तक का डेटा, राइट, कल तक का डेटा, राइट। सो मैं इसको सेव करता हूँ, लेट्स से चीनी मिल ऑन माय डेस्कटॉप, एंड आई गो टू माय जीपीटी। आई ओपन अ ब्रांड न्यू सेशन। I will upload the Chini data that I have and say that this contains data of a stock. Kindly give me some analysis and chart of the stock. फिर हम इससे शार्प रेशो वगैरह या फिर वॉलेटिलिटी या फिर बाकी सब चीजें इससे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये देखिए, अब इसने अपने आप क्या किया कि ये स्टॉक प्राइस लिया। सो यू कैन एक्चुअली गूगल फाइनेंस से आप आराम से डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं जो भी आपको डेटा चाहिए, जितना भी डेटा चाहिए। मैं तो मतलब आई लुक एट क्लोज टू 50 ऑड स्टॉक प्राइसेस जिसका मैं एनालिसिस करता हूँ डेली बेसिस पे, राइट? सो देन इट सेज आई विल गो अहेड क्लीन अप द डेटा बिफोर प्रोसीडिंग। यस, प्लीज प्रोसीड। तो ये अपने आप क्लीन करेगा, अपने आप मेटा इंफॉर्मेशन हटाएगा, अपने आप जो इसको करना है करेगा और फिर आगे बढ़ के आपको एनालिसिस दे देगा, राइट? इट इज दिस पावरफुल। लेट मी पुट इट।
मतलब आप एक एक करके मतलब डालते हैं?
नहीं जी, एक शीट में आप सारे स्टॉक्स डाल सकते हैं फॉर्मूले से। आप शीट में
आपको कंपनी का नाम लिखना पड़ेगा?
नहीं, एक बार आपने सेट कर दिया, मान लीजिए मैं तो सेम कंपनी का डेली बेसिस पे एनालिसिस करता हूँ, तो मैंने तो एक बार टिकर सेट कर दिया 50 टिकर सेट कर दिए। अब रोज मेरे लिए वो डेटा लेके आता है और एनालिसिस करके मेरे को दे देता है। ये हुआ मेरे पास सेट नंबर क्वेश्चन है कि पिछले हफ्ते से मतलब पिछले महीने और पिछले हफ्ते में क्या ट्रेंड एनालिसिस रहा है। जी, झुंझुनवाला के पास तो यहाँ पे था सब कुछ। सो देखिए, बड़ी सिंपल सी बात है, या तो दो स्कूल ऑफ थॉट हैं, या तो आप वॉरेन बफे या झुंझुनवाला की तरह से आप यहीं रखिए, या फिर आप कंप्यूटर पे रिलाई करिए। बहुत सारी कंपनीज जो हैं और बहुत सारे इंडिविजुअल जो हैं जिनके पास वो कैपेबिलिटी नहीं होती, एंड आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ अस डोंट हैव दिस कैपेबिलिटी विदाउट prodigious, so most of us don't have this capability of stock picking and so on, so we use the power of data. मेरे से कल मेरा एक दोस्त मिलने आया था जो कि डिजर्व करके प्लेटफॉर्म चलाता है, एंड वो सिर्फ एआई और वो 3500 करोड़ मैनेज करता है। 2 साल में उसने AUM अपना 3500 करोड़ रुपए रेस किया है। और वो आपको सबसे पहले तो वो आपको फ्री सर्विस देता है, अपना पोर्टफोलियो डालिए म्यूचुअल फंड्स का, और वो भी डालने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप अपना पैन कार्ड डालिए, अपना म्यूचुअल फंड का पोर्टफोलियो ले आएगा, एनालिसिस करके आपको दे देगा। बहुत बढ़िया चीज है। दूसरी चीज वो करता है कि आपका पैसा मैनेज करता है, वो भी एआई एल्गोरिथम्स के साथ, राइट? उसके रिकमेंडेशन इंजन सब एआई और एमएल पे चलते हैं। तो दैट इज गिविंग अ रिटर्न। वो कह रहा था कि आई कंसिस्टेंटली बीट द बेंचमार्क या निफ्टी बाय 6%। सर वो बिल्कुल रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को फॉलो कर रहा है। आप एक बार जाके देखिएगा, उसका प्लेटफॉर्म है, डिजर्व करके है। नहीं जी, मैनेज जो करता है वो 0.5% चार्ज करता है ऑन एनुअलाइज बेसिस, बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट पोर्टफोलियो जो एनालिसिस करता है वो फ्री करता है। आप अपना पोर्टफोलियो एनालाइज करवा दीजिए, वो आपको बता देगा कि आप बेटर कर सकते थे कि नहीं कर सकते थे अपना जो म्यूचुअल फंड है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल। सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर really taking off, right?
पता है कि मैंने कहाँ किया है, तो आप कह रहे पैन से वो ट्रेस हो जाएगा?
हाँ जी,
मुझे पता ही नहीं।
हाँ बिल्कुल हो जाएगा,
याद नहीं।
बिल्कुल, हाँ जी। सो मतलब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये एआई एल्गोरिथम्स जो हैं ये बहुत ज्यादा प्रोमिनेंट हो चुके हैं, एंड बिल्कुल ऐसा हो गया है कि अंग्रेजी में आप लिखिए, आपको कोई कोडिंग की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको कोई और करने की जरूरत नहीं है। देखिए, इसने पूरा चार्ट लिख दिया है जी, ये जो चीनी मिल है अपना, इसकी पूरी चार्ट दे दिया है। अब इसके अंदर ट्रेंड्स, वुड यू लाइक टू प्रोसीड? यस। एंड वो कह रहा है कि अब ट्रेंड ढूंढते हैं। मैंने कहा हाँ ढूंढो अब। तो ये बिल्कुल इंग्लिश में जैसे मेरे साथ बात कर रहा है, और ऐसा हो रहा है कि आप किसी फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर के सामने बैठे हैं और अपने क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, एंड फैक्चुअल आंसर्स वो आपको दे रहा है, गट बेस्ड आंसर्स नहीं दे रहा है। हाँ जी, हाँ, I know him very well. He was a vision professor. Yes.
ChatGPT launch हुआ था, उसकी statement आई थी,
जी,
which was very popular. He told everyone that the code that his student used to write in year, ChatGPT has written in 2 seconds.
few minutes. Yes, that's what happens. So मैं भी 14 साल हो गए मेरे को कोडिंग छोड़े हुए, मैं भी कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियर हूँ, मैं भी सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट हूँ IIT दिल्ली से ही। तो मेरे को भी छोड़े हुए टाइम हो गया था, बट देन जब ChatGPT लॉन्च हुआ तो मैं फिर से कोडिंग में आया और मैं आधा कोड इससे लिखवाता हूँ।
So my point is कि AI works for data science. जितना डेटा है, that would be your AI logic or algorithm.
हाँ,
But if someone wants to write a code which has never been written before, or based on some new logic,
बिल्कुल हो सकता है सर, बिल्कुल हो सकता है। तो ये क्या करता है, ये एक ऐसा प्रोफेसर है जो सब जानता है, राइट? एंड इट कैन, सो जनरेटिव का मतलब यही है कि नया कंटेंट जनरेट करना। So it would analyze patterns and it would generate new content for you, maybe new algorithms for you. आपको इसको बस गाइड करना होगा, and it would do that. So generative का मतलब ही नहीं है, यही है
मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज में जो रिसर्च होती है, अभी सिंह साहब आए हुए थे, वो IIM इंदौर से PhD कर रहे थे बेस्ड ऑन AI। तो मैनेजमेंट में जो भी रिसर्च होती है, इट इज ऑल बेस्ड ऑन डेटा सेट्स। बट इफ आई फॉलो दिस चैट GPT, it can, the thing which takes 5 years to collect and analyze
Yeah, you can do it within a matter of minutes. Like for example, my wife is a PhD. उसके टाइम पे तो चैट GPT था नहीं, because 8 साल हो गए इसको PhD कंप्लीट करे हुए। So उसने पूरी एनालिसिस वो खुद से करती थी।
Yes.
वो खुद पाइथन या मैटलैब या फिर R करके 3 लैंग्वेजेस होती हैं, उसमें खुद से वो सब कुछ लिखती थी। But now if you put it into chat GPT, is going to make amazing charts for you in a matter of seconds. ये देखिए ना, ऊपर इसने मूविंग एवरेजेस का चार्ट बना दिया, और 20-day मूविंग एवरेज, 50-day मूविंग एवरेज, 200-day मूविंग एवरेज, राइट? आराम से इसने चार्ट बना दिया, और इतना आसानी से चार्ट बनाया, एंड यू कैन डू अ लॉट ऑफ एनालिसिस विद दिस, एंड दिस इज अ मैटर ऑफ सेकंड्स, राइट? आपके सामने ही मैंने स्टार्ट करके इसको बोला था। सो जी आएगी नहीं रेगुलेशन इसके ऊपर हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं आएगी रेगुलेशन, नहीं आएगी। नहीं, देखिए वो हम बाद में बात करते हैं। लेट्स नॉट गो इनटू रेगुलेशन एक्सेट्रा, बिकॉज दैट विल बिकम अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टॉपिक, बिकॉज मेनी पीपल विल हैव अपोजिंग व्यूज। अब जो है, देखिए आप दुनिया को तो नहीं रोक सकते यूज करने से। अब रेगुलेशन ले आओ, डार्क वर्ल्ड में तो होता रहेगा, डार्क वेब में होता रहेगा। So it's better that one keeps abreast with these technologies and starts using this as much as possible to be at par with others. Otherwise बाकी लोग आगे निकल जाएंगे। आप regulations सोचते रह जाओगे, regulation आएंगी, but the other person is using it and going far ahead. हम बहुत यूज करते हैं, हमने तो forecasting models बना लिए हैं, हम commodities में डील करते हैं, हम गेहूं आटा चावल तो है ही, बट स्टील और एल्यूमिनियम हमने फोरकास्टिंग मॉडल्स बना लिए हैं। हमने इतने मॉडल्स बना लिए हैं कि अगर गवर्नमेंट की कोई रेगुलेशन आती है, मान लो एक्सपोर्ट बैन हो रहा है, तो हम इतना प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कि प्राइस कहां तक जाएगा, ऊपर जाएगा, नीचे जाएगा, कितना ऊपर जाएगा, कितना नीचे जाएगा। वी हैव बिल्ट दोस मॉडल्स एंड ऑटोमेटिकली, और हम 500
I wanted to ask the same question based on past trends. Can it forecast like in terms of stocks and commodity prices?
वो बड़ा मुश्किल है, बिकॉज यू नीड अ लॉट ऑफ एनालिसिस फॉर दैट, एंड यू नीड टू बिल्ड रिकर्सिव न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स फॉर दैट। वो थोड़ा एडवांस टॉपिक है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा रिसर्च करता हूँ इसके अंदर फॉर फोरकास्टिंग, बट इतना आसान नहीं होता है। व्हाट कैन बी डन हाउएवर इज दैट पास्ट आपके पास अगर न्यूज है या कॉर्पोरेट एक्शंस है या गवर्नमेंट एक्शंस है, राइट? कॉर्पोरेट एक्शन मतलब डिविडेंड अनाउंस हुआ है, या कुछ डाउन साइजिंग करी है कॉर्पोरेट ने, या गवर्नमेंट एक्शंस है कि भाई एक्सपोर्ट बैन कर दिया, इंपोर्ट बैन कर दिया, वगैरह वगैरह। उसके बेसिस पे आपके पास मूवमेंट्स हैं स्टॉक्स की या फिर कमोडिटीज की, कि ये कमोडिटी 5% इंक्रीज हो गई। भाई वीट बैन किया तो प्राइस ड्रॉप कर गया, 5% प्राइस ड्रॉप कर गया अभी जो वीट बैन हुआ था। अगर वो सब एनालिसिस है, तो फ्यूचर गवर्नमेंट एक्शंस पे कितना ऊपर जाएगा, कितना नीचे जाएगा, वो प्रेडिक्ट कर सकता है। बिल्कुल, वो प्रेडिक्ट कर सकता है, ये सब प्रेडिक्ट कर सकता है। अब आगे जाके जो AI ML मॉडल्स होंगे, तभी मतलब प्याज टमाटर तो ठीक है, बट गोइंग टू व्हाट इज गोइंग टू इम्पैक्ट यू, व्हिच इज सिटिंग इन अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट, given the prices of steel and so and so forth. So you can always, and given the history of inventory that you have, you can always predict ये क्या होने वाला है। या फिर you can always predict, you can ask it to analyze कि कितनी इन्वेंट्री कब खरीदनी चाहिए मुझे, या मैंने जो पास्ट में ये लिया है कहाँ गलती करी, आप ये भी पूछ सकते हो उससे।
So I had a question. So how fail proof is this? Like everything can be, I mean, if you take a software, for example, it always is prone to corruption or malfunctioning. So when you're depending so much on it and your entire business on it, so then obviously you are very confident.
So our entire business actually doesn't depend on it. We take data points and analysis from it. Then we also, have हम इसको क्यों यूज करते हैं, क्योंकि ऑटोमेट कर देता है काफी सारी चीजें, so I don't have to depend on humans. But ultimately there is someone sitting and verifying if everything is fine or not.
Okay.
Then because that verification is very important, because after a little bit of time, once we have that comfort in 95% accurate results there, then we can rely on it completely. But ultimately we verify a lot of data कि ये जो analysis दे रहा है ये ठीक दे रहा है कि नहीं दे रहा है, and so and so forth, right?
So what is your opinion, like how fail proof or corruption proof or whatever it is?
I would say everyone should be using it at least for the factual analysis, if not for generative analysis, factual analysis. जी। हाँ, मतलब उसके लिए तो बड़ा सेशन लेना पड़ेगा। ये ऑलरेडी यूएस में कर रखा है उन्होंने, कि सैन फ्रांसिस्को और बड़ी बड़ी सिटीज में उन्होंने सारा डाला था कि ये हमारे पास डेटा है। उसने बता दिया कि ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि इसने बता दिया कि दिन में 2 बजे से लेकर 4 बजे तक और रात के 8, आई एम मेकिंग अप नंबर्स, बट उसने एनालिसिस बता दिया कि दिन में 2 बजे से लेकर 4 बजे तक आपका क्राइम होता है और रात के 8 बजे से लेकर 10 बजे तक क्राइम होता है, तो आप इस टाइम पे केयरफुल रहिए। उन्होंने एक्चुअली वो इम्प्लीमेंट किया और क्राइम रेट नीचे आ गया। हाँ, मतलब we stick to the points, but it becomes the, so all I'm saying is that, you know, manufacturing के अंदर seasonality plays an important role, right? So it can say that, you know, over the past 3 years, you bought most of your inventory in March, when actually you could have bought it in April, and the prices would have been much lower. This is the analysis that it can come and give you, right? So this is the analysis that you actually wanted to give you. You can feed it a lot of data. Data बनाने में और data interpret करने में बहुत फर्क है। तो data बनाने के लिए आपके data सबके पास होगा, सब रोज Excel files maintain करते हैं।
So
right, अपने manufacturing data.
Nitin ji, one more query. If it is quite obvious now, if I ask pro version of ChatGPT to write an essay or a research article, it would definitely write. But question is, if I ask it again, would it be writing the same article?
No, it will be writing a different article.
Okay.
Yes, because that is the जी, वो तो बहुत कुछ हो रहा है जी, but we won't go into ChatGPT as such, but we'll stick to manufacturing. So the analysis broader level will keep the same, but the way it answers would be slightly different. Let me put it this way. Lawyers में आपको बताता हूँ क्यों यूज करते हैं। तो lawyers में मैंने जब सेशन लिया था, तो the main question they ask is that मेरे को सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट आई है, वो है 100 पेज की, इसको समराइज करके मेरे को की पॉइंट दे सकते हो क्या? सिंपल, यू अपलोड, इट गिव यू की पॉइंट्स। अगर एक और चीज है, आप जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में यूज कर सकते हैं, कोई गजेट आता है, राइट, हिंदी इंग्लिश पता नहीं कितने लंबे से आते हैं, मैं तो नहीं पढ़ता उनको, राइट, आई वेट फॉर समवन एल्स टू डू द एनालिसिस एंड पोस्ट। अब आप उसमें अपलोड करिए और उससे पूछ लीजिए कि व्हाट आर द की पॉइंट्स एंड हियर इज माय बिजनेस। आप अपने बिजनेस के बारे में सारा बता दीजिए, मैं ये काम करता हूँ, ये काम करता हूँ, एंड ये गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से रेगुलेशन आई है, नाउ टेल मी हाउ इट विल इम्पैक्ट माय बिजनेस। It will give you such a beautiful answer. Anything, exactly. So union budget आता है, या फिर interim budget आता है, या फिर finance ministry बीच में आके कुछ कह देती है, right? You can upload your data, you can explain about your business in detail, you can upload your balance sheets and so on and so forth, you can upload whatever you want and ask it to analyze and the effects on your business. That is मतलब जो अगर आप किसी बंदे को लगाते हैं या सीए को लगाते हैं, वो आपसे 10,000 रुपए तो अलग से लेता, और प्लस वो एक्यूरेट होती कि नहीं होती पता नहीं, ये तो बिल्कुल फैक्चुअल बताएगा आपको। हाँ बताइए, इट्स ओके जी जी जी। You can try. I've never tried it. Why don't you try? Why don't you try before your students? You should buy the full version. It is 1,600 rupees per month and trust me, और आपको पसंद नहीं आया 3 महीने में कैंसिल कर दो। ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या 5,000 रुपए तो जाएंगे। देखिए यस 100% कर सकते हैं, बट मैं बस बता रहा हूँ कि किस वे में, मैं ये नहीं बता रहा हूँ कहाँ यूज करना चाहिए, कहाँ यूज नहीं करना चाहिए। डोंट गेट मी रॉन्ग, मैं बस कह रहा हूँ कैसे यूज कर सकते हो आप, आपकी मर्जी है। भाई डेटा एनालिसिस टूल है, मैं तो बहुत यूज करता हूँ इसको, राइट। मैं तो इतना तो यूज करता हूँ, आई एम इन पार्ट ऑफ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स जहाँ पे रेट्स वगैरह आते हैं सबके, मैं तो पूरा का पूरा एक्सपोर्ट करके व्हाट्सएप चैट डाल देता हूँ, मेरे को एनालिसिस बता इसकी कि व्हाट शुड आई बी लुकिंग एट मेजर पॉइंट। मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है 50,000 मैसेज पढ़ने का। That's ultimately the thing, you know. Yeah. It doesn't matter, sir. Microsoft is the biggest investor in ChatGPT, so it doesn't matter.
How would they differentiate their product from Chat?
They are working on ChatGPT base only. Base same है दोनों का। Google अलग से बार्ड बना रहा है अपना, but again we won't get into that because it will become a totally different conversation. Again, it is a very controversial question because इसके ऊपर lawsuits इन लोगों के ऊपर आए हैं क्योंकि ये private data भी ingest कर रहे हैं. So we won't go into that question because it is the entire web. It is the entire web, even pirated websites, even protected websites जिनका data public use के लिए नहीं है, they crawl everything. So तभी इनके ऊपर lawsuits हैं, but हमें क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? जी हमें क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? हम तो डेटा यूज करें, हम तो कंज्यूमर हैं, हमें कौन सा इसके अंदर इंजीनियरिंग करनी है? हाँ जी।
Sir, I think we should get back to explaining more about the master class.
Let's not go into that. So assume that it has all the journals. अगर नहीं है तो आप इसको अपना डेटा फीड कर दीजिए, The idea is, for you to feed your own data and ask it for analysis, right? That's what we do we run 30 plants, right? So we use it extensively to give us analysis on those particular plants and give us insights on how we can improve the efficiency, how we can improve our forecasting, inventory forecasting, what kind of clients should we serve more and what clients should we not serve more. हमने तो सारा data दे रखा है इसका, right? So we have client wise data कि इतने client से हर दिन मैं इतना पैसा कमाता हूँ, इतना client से इतना loss होता है. So then it'll tell you, okay, these clients are not actually good for you. You should avoid these clients, and these clients are excellent for you. You should double down on these clients or these type of clients. वो आपके ऊपर है, आप question कैसे पूछते हो? वो आपके ऊपर है, आप question क्या पूछते हो जिसका आंसर आपको चाहिए. आप बहुत जेनेरिक पूछोगे तो बहुत जेनेरिक आंसर मिलेगा. आप बहुत स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन पूछोगे बड़ा स्पेसिफिक आंसर मिलेगा आपको.
Sir, I have a general question.
जी.
What specific innovation practices and interruptions are needed to meet the demand and supply for SMEs by using AI models? I repeat the question. What specific innovation practices and interruptions are needed to meet the demand and supply for MSMEs by using AI?
Demand and supply का क्या मतलब थोड़ा सा मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ. So SMEs का डिमांड होता है, SMEs के लिए SMEs सप्लाई करते हैं, SMEs खरीदते हैं, SMEs बेचते हैं. दो चीजें होती हैं. एक तो SMEs को एफिशिएंटली वो प्रोसेस रन करना होता है
जी,
कब खरीदना है, कितने में खरीदना है और किसको बेचना है, कितने में बेचना है. सिंपल है, उसका और कुछ काम नहीं है SME का. SMEs को ये ऑप्टिमाइज करना होता है प्रोसेस. और AI मॉडल्स जैसे चैट जीपीटी वगैरह है, ये बहुत अच्छी तरह से आपके लिए ऑप्टिमाइज करके दे सकते हैं. They can go deep into optimization and giving you recommendations, right? That's all AI is, right? And you can give it. हम इतना भी एडवाइस करते हैं अपने क्लाइंट्स को, आप अपने कंपेटिटर्स की बैलेंस शीट वगैरह डाल दीजिए, वो MCA पे मिलती है, 100 रुपए देके MCA पे मिल जाती हैं. उनसे पूछिए आपकी बैलेंस शीट और उनकी बैलेंस शीट में क्या डिफरेंस है, एंड व्हाट आर यू डूइंग रॉन्ग, व्हाट आर यू डूइंग राइट. It'll give you instantaneous answers, right? For example, इनका करंट रेशियो बेटर है, आपका करंट रेशियो इतना अच्छा नहीं है. इनका इन्वेंट्री रेशियो, इनकी जो इन्वेंट्री साइकिल है या वर्किंग कैपिटल साइकिल है, इनकी 100 दिन की है, आपकी 150 दिन की है, आप 50 दिन लैग कर रहे हो, राइट? एंड इनकी रेवेन्यू इतने से ग्रो करी है, आपकी रेवेन्यू एक्चुअली डिक्लाइन करी है. So you should be looking at that. So it's about what data you feed it and what questions you ask. बड़ी सिंपल सी बात है, राइट? मतलब प्रोफेसर्स से भी आप क्वेश्चन पूछते हो, आप स्मार्ट क्वेश्चन पूछोगे तो स्मार्ट आंसर मिलेगा. उनके पास डेटा होता है. If not, they will go and find out from the specific data and give you the answer. Right? So it's all about giving the right amount of data and asking the right amount of questions. And the questions can be anything, the data can be anything. That's what I'm trying to highlight to everyone. मैं जितने भी लोगों से पूछा हूँ, approximately only 0.1% use the advanced data analysis and the advanced models. The rest, everyone uses the free and the basic version, which is only good for writing essays, only good for writing good poems and birthday wishes and emails. और किसी और के काम का नहीं है, right? So we should really be looking at.
Can I generate my ITR by uploading Form 16, Form 26?
Yes, no, you generate the ITR. Can you generate ITR? I don't know the answer to that.
There is a format. Can I upload the format and then it can fill up the?
आप एक बार try करके देख लीजिए, is all I can say, right? You can always try and see, and it won't be able to fill it up for you, but what it can do is it can analyze a lot of things for you, right? Analysis कर सकता है वो. Analysis काफी ज्यादा कर सकता है. In fact, आप PDF भी अपलोड करते हो. मान लीजिए आप कोई बुक अपलोड करते हो, अपनी कोई बुक है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेसेस के ऊपर या स्टील की कोई बुक है, उसको बोलते हैं उसको समराइज करके मेरे को सेलिएंट पॉइंट्स दे दे, वो ये सब भी कर देगा. अपने आप कैरेक्टर रिकग्निशन करेगा, अपने आप एनालिसिस करेगा और अपने आप आपको सेलिएंट पॉइंट्स दे देगा. वी यूज इट लॉट फॉर दैट. हमारे यहाँ तो हर दिन मतलब वी डील इन अबाउट 500 कमोडिटीज, तो हमारे यहाँ हर कमोडिटी में कुछ ना कुछ रेगुलेशन आती रहती है, प्लस लॉ सूट्स चलते रहते हैं. क्लाइंट से रिकवरी करनी है, ये NCLT हमने इसके ऊपर डालना है, नहीं डालना है. सो यू कैन एक्चुअली give it a certain amount of data and ask it to analyze what should be my route. Sir, इतना मुझे नहीं पता है. You can always try. You have to try. Otherwise, what you can do is you can all build your own AI ML models. Like for example, हमने भी बहुत complex models खुद बनाए हैं. ये चैट जीपीटी नहीं कर पाता तो हमने भी खुद बनाए हैं. So that I will not get into because that's not generic in nature, right? That is specific to you as a professor. If you're a professor in mechanical engineering, it is very specific. But however, it may be able to analyze. I'm not saying it won't be able to, it may be able to, because ये mind maps वगैरह सब बना देता है. Right? If you have an idea, it'll be able to create the entire mind map for you. यहाँ से ये करिए, इसके बाद आपके पास 4 ऑप्शन है, इसके बाद आपके पास 10 ऑप्शन है, इसके बाद आपके पास 5 ऑप्शन है. ये आपके पास माइंड मैप्स वगैरह सब बना देगा. That's how advanced this is. Right? It is excellent. You can upload a video file, audio file, it'll transcribe everything that is saying and actually summarize it. वो इतना तक कर देगा. आप इसमें अगर जाते हैं एडवांस फीचर्स में जाते हैं, आप इसके अंदर प्लगइन्स, ये आप देखेंगे तो इसमें प्लगइन्स का सेक्शन है. आप इसके अंदर प्लगइन्स आप यूज करते हैं तो इसके अंदर आपके पास ये पूरे के सारे प्लगइन्स हैं. एंड इफ यू गूगल देम और प्लगइन स्टोर में जाते हैं तो आपको ये खुद ही बता देगा. ये देखिए, सुपर फास्ट इंटरैक्टिव चैट विद पीडीएफ्स ऑफ एनी साइज कंप्लीट विद पेज रेफरेंसिंग फॉर फैक्ट चेकिंग, ये सब बता देगा. आस्क योर पीडीएफ, चैट विद पीडीएफ, कोडर पैड, डायग्राम, बिल्ड चार्ट्स, ग्राफ्स एंड मोर. तो इट्स अबाउट एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन. देखिए मतलब आधे घंटे में तो मैं क्या ही बताऊंगा इतना डिटेल, बट ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज दैट आई स्पेंड अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम ऑन दिस, राइट? एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट ऑफ इट इज दैट यू लाइक एज एग्नोस्टिक है ये, क्योंकि इंग्लिश में बात करनी है आपने इससे, थोड़ी एनालिसिस करके. ऐसा नहीं है कुछ कोडिंग वोडिंग करनी है आपने, कुछ करनी नहीं है, इंग्लिश में बात करनी है आपने. दैट्स द बेस्ट पार्ट, राइट? एंड it is a boon for anyone trying with a large amount of data and trying to and wants an answer to that particular data. जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था, हम स्टॉक्स के ऊपर काम करते हैं, एमसीएक्स डेटा के ऊपर काम करते हैं, ह्यूमंगस अमाउंट ऑफ एमसीएक्स डेटा. हम तो उससे पूछते हैं एनालिसिस मेरे को बताइए. एमसीएक्स एल्यूमिनियम, आई एम श्योर बहुत सारे लोग देखते होंगे. एमसीएक्स कॉपर, एल्यूमिनियम, निकल, यहाँ पे अगर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लोग हैं या फिर स्टील रिलेटेड लोग हैं या गोल्ड, सिल्वर. सो वी आस्क इट अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस बिकॉज डायरेक्ट हेजिंग कैपेबिलिटी होती है हमारी. हम तो बोलते हैं कि मतलब पिछले महीने से इस महीने में या फिर पिछले हफ्ते तक क्या एनालिसिस रही है एंड व्हाट आर द ट्रेंड्स दैट यू आर सीइंग in the particular data, and it gives you a certain semblance of answer. We can always fine tune the answer by asking a better question. हम उसको और बेटर कह सकते हैं कि अगर ऐसा कुछ हो तो ऐसा आंसर दे, हम इसको ये भी बोल सकते हैं. So then it'll give you a similar answer that you need.
Step by step.
बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं आप, बिल्कुल. It'll keep remembering all the previous history and you can create new chat sessions for every
We can keep on refining
बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं.
like a flow chart.
बिल्कुल आप कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल रिफाइनमेंट कर सकते हैं. बिल्कुल.
Mr. Jain, would you please give one more demonstration of demand and supply forecasting using a product in the MSME sector other than your चीनी?
चीनी तो नहीं, वो तो मैंने एग्जांपल लिया था जी, बिकॉज मेरे को स्टॉक के बारे में पूछा गया था. हाँ, ओके. So demand and supply, okay. जैसे मैंने इन्वेंट्री के बारे में पूछा था, आपका एग्जैक्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है? मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पूछना चाहता हूँ.
Just tweaking the product line, just changing the product. So naturally raw material inputs will be differing.
हाँ जी, तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ. जैसे मेरे पास, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. तो हमारे पास जी मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं. हम क्या करते हैं, हम एक सेकेंडरी टीएमटी मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, तो हमें दो चीजें चाहिए होती हैं. एक तो हमें चाहिए होता है कि जो इनपुट्स वर्सेस जो आउटपुट है उसके बीच में जो कोरिलेशन है वो हमें बताए, जो हम इससे यूज करते हैं. तो हम सेकेंडरी टीएमटी जो आउटपुट के लिए होता है, इनपुट साइड में आपको आयरन और पैलेट चाहिए होते हैं, आपको आयरन और चाहिए होता है, आपको कोल चाहिए होता है, आपको बहुत कुछ चाहिए होता है. सो व्हाट वी डू इज दैट वी हैव अ हिस्ट्री sitting over here for our TMT. जैसे हम संगम TMT मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं, तो हम थोड़ा, मैं आपको दिखाता हूं हम कैसे करते हैं. Well, I've asked it for 1 year's data, so it's going to take a little bit of time, but this is my own model which is running, so I have a lot of history.
What are we trying to achieve?
Abhi? नहीं, अभी तो उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा था कि कोई एग्जांपल दे दीजिए ऑफ डिमांड एंड सप्लाई, तो मैं बता रहा हूँ मैं अपनी कंपनी के लिए कैसे यूज करता हूँ। तो मैं अपनी कंपनी के लिए कैसे यूज करता हूँ मैं आपको बताता हूँ, एंड मतलब डेटा आ गया, बट मैं अपनी कंपनी के लिए कैसे यूज करता हूँ मैं आपको बताता हूँ। बड़ा सिंपल है, मैं आउटपुट मैन्युफैक्चर करता हूँ सेकेंडरी टीएमटी। अब उसके अंदर इनपुट के अंदर करीबन करीबन 5 से 10 आइटम लगते हैं, विच इंक्लूड्स योर आयरन ओर, विच इंक्लूड्स योर पेलेट्स, विच इंक्लूड्स योर coal, which includes your billets, etc., etc. So first thing that I do is ask for correlation over a period of time. कि इनपुट अगर मैं ये यूज कर रहा हूँ, इतने प्रोपोर्शन में यूज कर रहा हूँ, आउटपुट मेरा ये आ रहा है, तो रॉ मटेरियल अगर प्राइसेस ये हैं और आउटपुट का प्राइस ये है, तो मेरे को कोरिलेशन से बताओ कि वेयर ऑल डिड वी कुड हैव डन बेटर. So that is the first thing that we actually genuinely use. The second thing that we use, sir, is that I have client data, as I mentioned to you, that इसको हम इतना TMT बेच रहे हैं every day, and इसको हमने इतने रेट पे बेचा, इतनी क्वांटिटी बेच रहे हैं और इतने रेट पे बेचा, एंड बाकी क्लाइंट्स को हम कम बेच रहे हैं बट ज्यादा रेट पे बेच रहे हैं. So what is the optimal value we should be using? What is the optimal selling that we should be doing? Should we be focusing on larger clients or should we be focusing on smaller clients? Then it does that particular analysis for me, right? So that is the second analysis, sir, that we can give it. मैं random data आपको generate करके दिखा सकता हूँ, but मेरे को 5 मिनट लगेंगे, तो इसमें हम इसको ही बोल सकते हैं हम. इन एनी केस, सो ये जब डेटा आपको दे देता है कि कितना आपने प्राइस में बेचा है और कितनी क्वांटिटी बेची है, then you can ask it for analysis like give me the top 20 clients that I should be focusing on. That will give me the maximum profitability. So it will actually give you that, and that data we give to our sales people that in 20 clients पे ज्यादा focus करिए और बाकी 30 clients पे कम focus करिए आप. तो वो एक good mixture between your big clients and your small clients लेके आता है, because but natural है कि बड़े क्लाइंट से आप कम प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कमाते हैं और स्मॉलर क्लाइंट से आप ज्यादा प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कमाते हैं, ये नियम है अल्टीमेटली. सो देन इट एनालाइजेस कि ये बड़े क्लाइंट्स हैं, मे बी 5 of these big clients are really good, and about 25 or 15 of the smaller clients are really good. You should be focusing on these, and you should be focusing your sales people's efforts on these. It's about asking a question that which client should मैं मतलब I'm trying to generate a good data set जिससे कि आपको analysis अच्छी मिल जाए. So इसमें also do the analysis. Man, this is very small amount of data that I'm presenting. When I present the data to this, where my company data is involved, I give a lot more than this, right? Which includes variable costs, which includes a lot of fixed costs along with the clients. So there's a dedicated CAM, there's a dedicated key account manager which is associated with my big clients. So uski cost add ho jati hai. So that data, when I present to it, then we can ask it to actually give us analysis on which client is the best serving and which clients you should be focusing on even more. You can go one step extra. आप client के financials डाल के, आप उसके अंदर client के financials आप freely available होते हैं MCA वगैरह पे या फिर मनी कंट्रोल एक्सेट्रा पे, अगर आप लार्ज क्लाइंट्स का डील कर रहे हैं, आप क्लाइंट्स के फाइनेंशियल्स वगैरह डाल के आप बोल सकते हैं कि शुड आई गिव क्रेडिट टू दिस पर्टिकुलर क्लाइंट और नॉट, what is the probability that I will recover my money. That is another thing that you can actually use it for. So see, ultimately in a 45-minute session, it's not possible to cover everything. I can only give you the basics. I can give you the highlights of what we do, and it's for you to actually then take it forward. So we can always have a longer session where I can give you directed examples. Like the last session that I took, it was a 3-hour session on Excel and Google Sheets, how to optimize and automate your workflow. So there I give directed examples about how do you improve your workflow and how do you get from spending 2 hours on a particular task and reduce it down to a matter of seconds or automate everything. Right? So we believe in high amount of automation, and we believe in letting the computer do everything and not having humans. Right? So the 500 commodities that we manage, there are only 8 people managing the entire commodity data set, right? We don't need 100 people to do that. So they generate everything, they do all the analysis using ChatGPT, and it is being a bit slow because of the internet. It's not finishing. So normally if you have a good internet, it doesn't take time at all. Ji. So bilkul dangerous hai. That's another topic. I think we'll come back to it later. It is definitely dangerous because जिस हिसाब से ये evolve हो रहा है, जिस हिसाब से ये grow कर रहा है, it's going to surpass human intelligence. And if anything surpasses human intelligence, then आपके न्यूक्लियर कोड्स जो है उसका की ब्रेक करने के लिए बड़ा आसान हो जाएगा. फिर isn't it dangerous? It is very dangerous. वो मिसाइल छोड़ने लग जाएगा एक दूसरे के ऊपर. Yeah, बिल्कुल भाई है.
I think then we'll have a longer session, Nitinji.
Yeah, we'll have a longer session later. I think.
In fact, this was quite sort of illustrative and explanatory in terms of understanding the basics of demand forecasting and how MSMEs can actually take this as a competitive advantage. So probably as we had the last time, 3-hour session, maybe we can plan in future
Yeah, we can plan that and I give you specific examples, but this is to get you started. Yeah. All I'm saying is that prepare your data. जैसे आप खुद analysis करना चाहते हैं, this will do the analysis in a matter of seconds, not a matter of hours. When you spend time, when a human spends time on a data, they will take hours and they will make mistakes. This will not make any mistake, and this will do it in a matter of seconds. So my recommendation is to start using the paid version of GPT. And इसमें मुझे कुछ commission नहीं मिल रहा है, तो in case you're wondering, so I'm not getting anything, but I'm just trying to help all of you out. So that's for what? Sir, मैं charge नहीं करता हूँ इस चीज के लिए. So just generally saying, so I do this, so generally I'm a startup founder of a unicorn, so I've made enough money in my life. So I do this to give back to the community. After using ChatGPT, personally, company को बहुत फायदा हुआ है जी. मेरे को personally फायदा तभी होता है जब company को फायदा होता है. तो company normally people deploy 60 to 80 people for what and the work that we are doing is with 8 people. So let me put it this way: we've saved the headcount of about 70 odd people. Only small part of it. That's for analysis. और बाकी business में तो और फायदा हुआ है जहाँ पे automate कर रखे हैं processes, etc. Yeah.
चलिए, great sir, thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Nitin Jain.
I will have it. So, thank you, sir. Thank you. This is not needed. Thank you.
It is.
Thank you.
You look there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Actually, we can have a longer session. No? आधे पौने घंटे में कुछ पूरा नहीं है. You can't actually have everything. But it gives a flavor. That's pretty much it. But beyond that, it becomes very difficult to explain the power of this. No? This is insane amount of power.
You cannot imagine the power.
The power, exactly. Yeah. Namaskar, sir. 2008.
From IIT.
Kanji. Kanji.
And master also,
I'm BTech and MTech both. I did a dual degree.